My prepared comments were sidelined a bit as I woke up to the news of the big Israeli attack on Iran. But to be honest, if I think about it hard, it doesn't really change very much. What's really been happening is that the owners of the United States of America Corporation have not been able to get enough gold to prevent their bankruptcy. This is the real story. They were trying to get Iran to hand over the Persian gold, the legendary gold of the Persian Empire, to help keep their corporation going, because at the highest level of international finance, they don't accept paper. They accept only things that really exist, and the people controlling the entire fake Zionist show in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv are being isolated by the international community. Now remember, this has never been about Iran getting nuclear weapons. The first time that Israel said that Iran was about to get nuclear weapons was in 1992. They'd say they'd have it in a couple years, and that was 33 years ago. And then since then they've been saying they're gonna get it in a few months. Iran has always had, or they've had nuclear weapons ever since George Bush Sr. gave them missiles equipped with neutron bombs, but leave buildings intact. And I got that information from the son of the Shah of Iran directly. During the Iraq War, the Iranians offered to hand these missiles back to the United States. President Obama refused. The point being that this is all fake. And I think what triggered the attack at this moment was just sheer desperation. The other thing is that the Iranians were given a huge cache of Israeli nuclear documents. And one of the most damning things in those documents, I'm sure I get the name right here, is that the head of the International Atomic Energy Association, IAEA, the people who are supposed to be overseeing the nuclear negotiations with Iran, is actually a Mossad agent by the name of Rafael Grossi. So basically, the Iranians had documents to prove that this whole nuclear thing was fake, and that the IAEA was a fake, compromised institution. So what they do, they try to blow everything up. But remember the Mossad motto, through deception thou shalt wage war. And I guarantee you, they're wildly exaggerating the extent of their attack on Iran. And Israel is a tiny place. It's no bigger than New Jersey. And if the Iranians wanted to, they could wipe it out with hypersonic non-nuclear missiles. And as far as I can tell, the U.S. military is not going to fight for Israel. If you see a Donald Trump appearing on your screens, I guarantee you the one who's out there cheerleading for Israel is the short, fake, fat one. Here I'm going to insert a picture of him standing next to Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk is about, I think, 188 centimeters tall, and the real Donald Trump is 190 centimeters tall. And this short, fat Trump is obviously much shorter. This is the one that they're putting out on the media to try to cheerlead and fool the U.S. military into starting World War III. Of course, they will not. And the Russians are also not going to be fooled into starting World War III by this whole thing. It smacks of desperation. And it's taken over the headlines, but there's a lot of other things that we do need to look at, because my view is that this was a final suicidal move by the satanic regime in Israel. And I think they put out a picture of so-called Netanyahu against his so-called Wailing Wall, saying, a lion has risen or something. Remember, the Wailing Wall is not the remnants of the Second Temple. It's the remnants of a Roman fortress. In other words, it's a fortress of the people who destroyed the temple. And the temple location is somewhere else. So these people worshiping on this wall are worshiping the people who destroyed the temple. They're not Jews. They're not anything to do with the original inhabitants of the region, the Judeans, who are now misleadingly called Palestinians. So this whole thing is fake, and it's going to blow up in their faces. But that's not the only thing that's blowing up in their faces. A lot of other things that are happening that they're trying to distract us from. The big one, of course, being the LA riots, which were obviously hired goons. And I want you to look at this clip here about how this is done and has been done for the ages, and through the ages, how they call it gladio or whatever. They send in terrorists, people cause mayhem in order to justify a takeover. And this is clearly what's been happening in Los Angeles. So take a look at this tape.
If a prince wants to conquer a city, and the city does not want to be conquered, they would hate him. But if the prince pays criminals to kill cows, burn barns, smash windows, set things on fire, the people will panic in fear and cry out for help, and the prince will come in, get rid of the very criminals he bribed to create the problem. Nobody will know the better for it, and everyone will praise the prince as a hero. So it's good marketing. You create the need and fill it. You go around the back of the house and set it on fire, then you go around the front of the house and sell them a fire extinguisher. And they'll pay anything for it and even thank you for being there. So it's called Machiavellianism, where you create or capitalize on a crisis to consolidate control.
And another reason these riots are being instigated, or were being instigated in LA, is to cover up for the fact that investigations are closing in on a major arson attack on that city. For those who can't remember that far back, LA was hit with a massive arson attack. And now take a look at this video showing how all the fires in LA started simultaneously. This was not some kind of act of nature. This was deliberate sabotage. So these criminals are cornered, they're dangerous, they're trying all sorts of things that have failed. Another thing that failed that never appeared on the radar is there's a reason why Donald Trump is not talking to North Korea. The reason is simple. They have asked many times to talk to North Korea, and North Korea refuses. They refuse for a very good reason. When Kim Jong-un met Donald Trump on the North Korean border, Kim Jong-un was hit with an electromagnetic weapon and died a few months later. I know this from senior North Korean sources, and they've had an avatar, a lookalike, playing a role, but it's his sister who's in charge, and they're not the last time they met, so they're not going to get their hands on the giant mineral wealth of North Korea. They're not, in other words, they're hoping to get gold from North Korea since they couldn't get the Persian gold, and they failed. Now, another thing that we need to look at in the background is the Trump negotiations with China that took place in Switzerland over the weekend, and on. They're trying to say that everything worked out just fine, and the U.S. got what they wanted. But basically, they've put in huge tariffs, but it's not going to help stop the U.S. bankruptcy, and the Chinese have made it clear they're not going to just infinitely finance a criminal rogue regime. That's just not going to happen. So the answer is that the United States corporation needs to be bankrupted and replaced with something new. That process is underway. There are negotiations taking place behind the scenes, and I am involved in those negotiations, but hopefully this entire Zionist nightmare will end soon. But you can tell Israel really is over this time because none of their allies have supported this attack. Even the U.S. officially is not supporting this attack. There are bribed and compromised elements in the U.S., especially CENTCOM, who might go along with this, but overall, the U.S. military understands that their job is to defend the United States, not the criminal regime of Israel. So it really does look like an end game for that whole country, and a lot of other things will be happening. A couple other items that crossed my radar. There was an airplane crash in India, and my sources say that two British agents on board that plane who had compromising material on the Bilderberg people meeting this weekend were killed, and that's why that plane was taken down. It was taken down remotely, and so at this point, almost all the plane crashes we've seen in recent years have been deliberate sabotage, because in the 1990s they put in mechanisms on airplanes that allowed them to be remotely controlled against the will of the pilot. The idea was to stop hijacking, but it's been badly abused, and my view is that a criminal investigation should be opened against the Boeing Corporation to find out who has been using this remote control, and it will be paid for. But this is a sort of criminal regime that we're seeing that's on its last legs for sure. The other thing, of course, the other reason why they're freaking out and trying to start World War III is because the wheels of justice are grinding slowly but steadily towards their pedophile crimes. And this is not about, they're trying to spin the story now like, oh, well, a billionaire got a 15-year-old. Tut tut, that's not nice. This is not what this is about. Prepubescent children in front of cameras. Okay, that's what's on those Epstein tapes. This is not about a guy, and that's why they're fighting tooth and nail to stop this from coming out. But it is going to come out. And the other thing, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is slowly but surely turning around the U.S. Medical regulatory establishment to once again support science and truth. And this is leading directly and inevitably to the mass murder by heads of the pharmaceutical corporations. So again, even though it looks like the end of the world, it really is the end of Israel and the end of the cabal. And this Friday the 13th will go down as a huge defeat for these people. Events will prove this. You watch and see. Okay, well, that's more or less what I have to say for myself. Let me just quick check my notes if there's anything else I missed. No, the only other thing is that Canada is holding a huge G7 plus meeting next week, and I understand that beneath the surface in these meetings, they're reaching a deal with the Chinese, the Russians, and North Koreans, and that these meetings are actually headed for the creation of some sort of world republic. This is not a new world order headed by a single god king or messiah or the rule of Lucifer, whatever you want to call it. That's not what this is about. This is about having the rules for the planet that any village has. In other words, we don't, no country will be allowed to break the law, and everyone will be defended against criminals, including transnational criminals who right now basically do whatever they want. They will be stopped. We will no longer have a world that tolerates state-sponsored terror, which mostly comes, as you all know, from the United States and Israel. And that will be ended. That's what this meeting is about. And a fundamental agreement has been reached with the P3 Freemasons, with the Chinese, with the U.S. military white hats, with the British Commonwealth. And good things will happen. This is what we're watching is really the end of a nightmarish regime. It's the final death throes of Israel and that whole Zionist project. Watch and see. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. So many people are complaining about headaches and strange sounds they can't get rid of. This, in large part, has been proven to be caused by microscopic nanobots implanted into people without their knowledge or consent. All of this will eventually change people's thinking, kind of like brainwashing, so they may no longer know where they are or what time it is. How can we fight back against this?
Well, first of all, anybody can buy a microscope, and you can take a sample of your own blood and look under the microscope yourself to make sure that's what really is the cause. My own view is that you have much more to worry about from Wi-Fi and from electromagnetic pollution. And I can personally say that now that I'm in the Canadian wilderness, where there's limited electromagnetic pollution, I sleep a lot better. So before you worry about nanobots, try this experiment. Next time before you go to bed, unplug your Wi-Fi, turn off your phone, unplug all the electrics. Not turn them off, unplug them, and see if you don't sleep better. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you explain why so many videos are coming out of China showing factories being burned? Is China really as strong as you say? If so, what are these videos? They kind of look like people burning down businesses or insurance money.
China does have real problems for sure. The people I'm in contact with in Myanmar, for example, have cut off about 40 to 50% of the raw material they need for their rare earth metals, and the real estate crisis that they have is far worse than they want to talk about. I mean, one official said they built like more than twice as many apartment buildings as there are people in China. I cannot confirm this, but having said all that, China remains an industrial powerhouse. They take care of 31% they control 31% of global manufacturing. That's more than double what the U.S. has and more than what the entire G7 has. And they have very good economic relations with most countries. Exports to the U.S. are only 2.7% of Chinese GDP. So that loss, while it's painful, is not going to upset their economy. I understand they are going through a big restructuring, but they have competent leadership, and unlike the U.S. leadership, they actually work for the people. You know, the U.S. leadership has been proven to be working for oligarchs who have been strip mining the middle class of all their wealth so that these billionaires and trillionaires can build more super yachts. That's the reality. So, yeah, there is trouble in China, but it's nowhere near as bad as the trouble in the United States. But at the end of the day, China wants to work with the West in a win-win manner, and the Western white hats agree 100%. So, you know, these troubles in China and the U.S. will end once the old regime in the West is removed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any government that develops a bioweapon and then premeditatedly distributes it to their population and citizens has lost all and any rights, including the right to lay and or collect taxes. Everyone wants to talk about our founding fathers this, our founding fathers that, and what they would do right now if they were here in 2025. But the reality is our founding fathers went to war with England over a 3% T-tax. If everyone is so concerned about what the founding fathers would do, why haven't we rebelled yet?
That is a very good question, and I think the answer is that the American Anglo-Saxon people understand that rioting on the streets is not going to be a successful way to rebel, and that they have to convince the military establishment to go along with regime change. And that, I understand, is happening. But until you see the heads of the pharmaceutical companies, and basically all the military needs to do is disobey any commander who has far more money than they could have earned on their military salary, because you know that they've been bribed and compromised. but the garbage floats to the top, and I know that the military is no longer working for the cabal, and that's why they're not going to be able to start World War III. And at the end of the day, while they are very slow and they wait for justice, justice is coming, and the military and police will enforce it. You watch and see. But keep your eyes on RFK Jr. because he's definitely leading the attack on that front against the pharmaceutical companies. And that should be enough to tip the balance. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You talked a little bit earlier today about the short, fat, fake Trump and the real Trump. So which Trump is signing all of these new bills in the White House? Which one has joined the Auto Pen Club?
Well, all I can say is that the past couple of weeks, all we've seen is the short, fat, fake one, and I posted the pictures. You can see it's obviously not him. I don't know what's happening to the one that allied with the U.S. Space Force, but I'm guessing that he is in Mount Cheyenne and he's waiting for this whole business to blow over and let these people kind of shoot themselves in the foot, and that's why we're not seeing action on that front at this point. I also understand that the real commander-in-chief is waiting for the final deal on the new financial system, and so he's basically standing by, and while he's doing that, the fake ones are doing their last-minute desperate Hail Mary attempt to start World War III, but it's not going to work. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Why do you keep insisting Canada will be on the top because the U.S. is bankrupt? This doesn't seem to be true. Canada is the most bankrupt country in the world, the highest debt to GDP, highest taxation, lowest nutrition. Most Canadians apparently cannot afford to eat meat regularly since Trudeau took office, and the only country that has no gold reserves. Nothing. Plus a complete shutdown of the extraction of resources. Canada is the one without a way out, not the United States. Canadians are literally poor. I see it. In the United States today, opportunities abound, and the limit is only set by the individual. I don't see that in Canada.
The fact is that if you take GDP numbers, which is where you divide the total GDP by the population, the United States looks a lot richer. That's because if Bill Gates walks into a coffee shop, suddenly everybody in the coffee shop is a multimillionaire, but he's buying all the coffee and nobody else can afford any more coffee. That's the situation with the United States. The median income, which is the level at which half the people are below and half the people are above, in the United States is something like $30,000 a year. It's just barely scraping along at poverty level. That's where most actual Americans live. In Canada, the median income, where half the people are below and half the people are above, is much higher. But having said all that, Canada and the United States both need a complete change of government. The government of Canada from 1938 to 1972 was able to finance World War II, was able to build the Trans-Canada Highway, pay for university education, pay for the military, pay for health care, everything without debt or taxes, because the Bank of Canada belonged to the Canadian government and Canadian people. What happened was that Pierre Trudeau was blackmailed by David Rockefeller with a picture of him, and that's why he handed over control of Canadian money to these satanic criminals. And that's why Canada is now subject to Babylonian debt slavery. That will be ended. The Bank of Canada will be nationalized again. And the fact is that Canada has huge amounts of resources relative to its population, and together with the brothers and sisters from the United States, I think together we both need regime change. We both need together to build something new from scratch and not subject one to the other. We're basically the same people with the same history, and we both need a complete change of government, and I believe that's what's going to come. Democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. And there's some things I haven't talked about on purpose, but there are some very high-level negotiations taking place, and hopefully sooner rather than later, those would be good announcements about a jubilee and a financial reset. Keep your fingers crossed. Knock on wood. We're almost there, but I'm not going to give dates because they come and go, and this has been a very long process. But some serious moves are happening, and hopefully soon we'll have something we can tell everybody. Well, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you 25. June 21st is the summer solstice, and every year the Satanists like to have some big fire sacrifice event to commemorate the summer solstice. And obviously this year is the big attack on Iran, but it's blowing up in their faces big time. There's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, the whole world knows that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, and so we have to attack them immediately for more than 30 years. And so nobody's being fooled. Now, the other thing that we need to note is that on June 11th, Netanyahu was in court facing criminal charges, and he said, "Oh, I feel sick," and they postponed the court date. The next day, he nearly lost an election, a vote in the Israeli parliament, and lost power. So basically, he tried to start this Iran war in part to get, avoid going to jail, and also avoid a complete collapse of his regime, which would mean, of course, jail and war crimes charges for him and his cabinet, and they're very desperately trying to avoid this. But the bigger story here is that we are definitely seeing either a Donald Trump who contradicts himself almost daily, or two different power centers, each projecting their own Trump image. I prefer to think of it as the two power centers. Now, the proof for this was the director of U.S. National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was providing testimony to Congress that the CIA, the FBI, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the NSA, and all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies agree that Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon.
Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
So this directly contradicts everything we've been told by the Zionist-controlled press, and most importantly, these people represent the actual military power. Okay, so when they tried to use their fake Trump to get the United States to attack Iran, the military basically revolted, and they are backed by the people. An Economist YouGov poll showed that only 16% of Americans support fighting Iran on behalf of Israel. So it's really a very dangerous proposition for these people. Now, there are many other reasons why we can tell that there's two different Trumps. I mean, one day he says we're not gonna grab illegal Mexicans and other illegal workers who are working in farms and restaurants and other things, and then the next day he says we're going to deport them all. There are many 180% contradictions. We have him saying, oh yeah, we're going to negotiate with Iran, and then we have him saying, no, Iran must surrender unconditionally, etc., etc. And it's very clear now that the fake Trump is imploding. We have him saying things now that Fox News is completely unreliable and opposed to me. Well, Fox News has always been their main cheerleader in the corporate media, and suddenly they're the enemy. That should tell you a lot. I mean, there are many other things, but what we're seeing is a real implosion of the Zionist control mechanism. Now, the other thing we do note is that we have been in touch. The Iranians have been contacting me quite frequently, and the main message I'm getting is that they support the Jews, they support the creation of a nation-state of Judea, which would include both the native-born Judeans, mistakenly called Palestinians, together with the Jewish or Ashkenazi immigrants as equal citizens in the new country of Judea. And they can go ahead and rebuild the temple if they want. So what we're seeing is the end of Israel. And because there's these days there's so many computer graphics and fakes, I tried to find out from my own sources if the attacks on Tel Aviv were real or just computer graphics, and I've confirmed from a long-term resident of Tel Aviv as well as from a Japanese diplomat stationed there that Tel Aviv is being destroyed. It is not computer graphics, so this is very real. However, the Iranians have also told me they have a nuclear weapon and they're refraining from using it. This is very important because everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapons, but if the other side has them as well, then it is suicide for them to try to use it. Now, we also know that Netanyahu fled Israel after the attacks began, and while I reported that he had fled to Argentina, the latest intelligence from Mossad says he's hiding out in the island of Cyprus. But they were hoping that they could start this long-awaited nuclear Armageddon by having Iran destroy Israel, and then Israel destroy Iran, and then everybody destroy everybody. But fortunately, sane minds prevail at the top of the U.S., Chinese, Russian, and other militaries, including the Israeli military. And they're not going to go along with these fanatics. So the whole thing is imploding big time. My sources are now saying Israel is unlikely to last for another month in its current form. And even though President Trump says he's going to wait 2 weeks before deciding whether or not to attack Iran, that's just basically a cover-up for the fact that the military is not going to attack Iran on behalf of Israel. And if you look at this video, which I'm about to show, as the video points out, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Russia, all these countries are aligned with Iran. And that means that militarily, Israel cannot hope to prevail, even if the U.S. Central Command tries to do something. They just don't have the power, and they don't have the support. Saudi Arabia is allowing Iranian flights to attack Israel over their territory, but they're not allowing Israeli flights over their territory to attack Iran. So that should tell people what's going on. But I think the bigger story is still that the United States corporation and its Zionist owners are bankrupt, and they're trying very hard to avoid declaring bankruptcy by starting World War III. And it's not going to happen. What is clear is that the United States in its current form cannot be reformed. They cannot save themselves from declaring bankruptcy. Discretionary spending is only 15% of their budget. It's not enough to deal with it. Even all these DOGE cuts were only a fraction of the debt. The U.S. now pays more money on interest than it does on defense. And remember, they shouldn't be paying any interest. The U.S. government should be producing its own money and not borrowing from Zionist bankers. So the United States is in a state of hopeless debt slavery, and there's no way around it. The Dragon family offer of unlimited or virtually unlimited funding is still on the table, but we just need to wait for this entire thing to collapse, and it will collapse. Now, all this Iran-Israel stuff, of course, as usual, has distracted us from many other important things that have been happening. So let's try to look at some of that stuff as well. The G7 had their big meeting this week in Canada, and they invited, a lot of other countries. But if I look at their statements and everything, they're basically not really influential anymore. The biggest takeaways I had was that Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada did not mention carbon credits or climate change, and DEI was removed from the list. So that indicates that there has been a fundamental shift in policy direction away from that. So that's a good sign. But Donald Trump showed up, but he refused to meet Macron and Zelensky. In other words, he did not want to talk to the Rothschilds in Europe, and left without doing that. So we're still stuck with the French Rothschilds and their little group of European and Canadian politicians under their control. But they do have to negotiate a surrender or some kind of deal, because nothing else is going to work. Now, the other thing that is on my radar big time now is that China is facing much bigger problems than I realized. As I've noted in my weekly report, we're now hearing reports in the Japanese press and other places that yes, indeed, China built more than twice as many houses as there are people to house. So that's a huge waste of time and resources and money they haven't dealt with yet. And now we're hearing that their electrical vehicle business has got the same problem. Way too much overinvestment. So what we're seeing is that the Chinese system for economic planning has produced enormous growth and done wonderful things, but they do have the tendency for great leap forward type mistakes. And so China also needs some kind of restructuring or bankruptcy declaration to, that just means that you cannot continue paying under the current format. You have to, go back and start from scratch. So China and the U.S. both need to have a jubilee. They need to reboot their respective financial and economic systems. And, the mechanisms are there, but so far the decision making hasn't reached the crisis level we need for it to happen. So it looks like we're going to keep watching an implosion of the United States over the coming month or so. I don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly there's still some residues that have to be dealt with. Now, another thing that did cross my radar was that the U.S. military has been authorized to take action inside California. This is huge development. The Trump administration or the U.S. military is saying they're justifying this because it's a foreign invasion. They're probably right, but I'm hoping this will mean a white hat takeover of the Silicon Valley complex so that the internet can continue to provide us with truth and freedom of information and all the good things that it does. But overall, I think the conclusion we need to reach is that the situation with Iran is not going to lead to a nuclear war. The Zionists are not going to be able to start some kind of Holocaust event, and hopefully we'll see the flushing out of the fake Trump and the return of the real one. But it's obviously it's obvious from the fact that we're seeing two different Trumps all over our media saying contradictory things, that a power struggle is still continuing, and it basically pits the Zionists against the rationalists, or the people who don't want to destroy the world. So it is some sort of end game, and it'll keep playing out. So that's the situation now. And next, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. In regards to resolving the U.S. debt crisis, what would be the problem with reinstating U.S.-backed U.S. notes and paying off the debt with them versus FRNs, thus retiring the debt entirely as the bonds become due over the next few years? and just have the entire lending and interest scam be resolved in a naturally and orderly manner?
The main problem is that the United States has borrowed money from foreigners, people like China and Saudi Arabia and Japan, and that means that they cannot just unilaterally decide to cancel the debt, because it would mean a complete stop of U.S. external trade. It would lead to a huge crash landing in the U.S. economy. Now, the Chinese have said they're willing to write off all the U.S. debt and start fresh, and the other countries would also go along with this, but they're asking for an end to the United States of America Corporation as a condition for this, and its replacement with a new political entity. Now, this is a very reasonable thing, because the people who own the United States Corporation have, in fact, been financing terrorism. They've killed literally tens of millions of people after World War II ended, and they've been financing terrorism. They're just a huge anti-social warmongering entity, and the entire planet is sick and tired of it. So, they want to write off the debt and then restore democracy and sanity to North America. In other words, the United States cannot act alone, but the rest of the world is willing to help, as long as they get rid of the terrorists and messianic fanatics who have seized the highest levels of government. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Makes you wonder, if there were two British targets on board that Air India flight with material on the Bilderberg people, why don't they just off the two people with the Bilderberg information rather than taking out a passenger plane of 200 plus innocent civilians?
Probably because that's the only way they could technically pull it off. But, these people are psychopaths, and they don't care to get their target. They don't think normally. But, yeah, rationally, you'd think that's what they would have done. But that's not how these people think. So it's unfortunate, but we're dealing with psychopaths, and hopefully they will be removed from all positions of power soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What do you believe was the purpose of Zelensky going to the G7 in Alberta, Canada?
Well, he was there obviously to try to get money, and he got €1 billion from the EU, and he got 2 million Canadian dollars from the Canadians, but he got nothing from the Americans. So this is not enough money to keep that whole fake show going. But notice how they are trying to distract us away from the loss of the war in Ukraine to this new one in Iran. They're trying to say, don't look this way, but the fact is that the Ukrainian regime is on its last legs, and the same is true of the Israeli regime. I think they're going to go down together. But anyway, Zelensky went on a begging mission and caught just a fraction of what he needed, and he failed to get a meeting with Donald Trump. So it was a failure for him. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you believe the election fraud will be exposed in Canada? Carney obviously cheated, and the Dominion machines have a Canadian link. Soros had an office in the same building as Dominion machines in Toronto. We know the 2020 U.S. election was fraudulent as a result of the false tabulation in the Dominion machines. What do you think is going to happen with this?
I think that the Five Eyes military and intelligence community is becoming aware that their civilian governments have been taken over by pedophile, blackmailed politicians, and I am working with the military white hats to try to restore democracy to Canada and the United States. And it's good to see that the FBI is now saying the 2020 election was stolen. So it's a big process, but it will include Canada, and hopefully democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon War when the dust settles. And it's up to the military police, military intelligence, and the military, because the civilian governments have become hopelessly compromised. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Kim Gogan has just posted her usual nonsense. I want to know what you make of this statement she put out tonight. It says, intelligence agency statement, their massive campaign began late last night, early morning. Pentagon is at DEFCON 1 as they hit, quote, the wrong button, which pointed sophisticated weapons straight at D.C., Pentagon, and Langley within the last hour. Pentagon got caught firing weapons from Israel to Iran and vice versa. It is not the Israelis/Iranians, it's the Americans. There is another planned assassination attempt on fake Trump planned for tomorrow to be blamed on the Russians. We are in the full heat of things at this moment. We have this. Stay tuned and stay safe. I will do my best to get a report out in the morning, worst case out by the end of Sunday. In all the time I have been doing this, it has never been this bad. What are your thoughts on this statement?
I don't have her sources, or I'm not sure if it's a her or artificial intelligence, but what is clear is that there's been a huge push by the Zionists. It's sort of like what they call a Hail Mary attempt to get out of their trouble by starting World War III. They've called in all their agents. I forgot to mention this during my talk, but both the Iranians and the British intelligence confirmed that, as well as Mossad, that a huge number of senior Iranian officials have fled Iran to Canada and the United States. In other words, this big attack kind of blew open their network in Iran, and so now what's happening is their network in the United States is on full hysterical start the World War III mode, and they're exposing themselves, and it's a very dangerous time. But it's not about the Pentagon attacking Iran. It's about a faction that has influence in all the Western countries as well as Israel, fighting against the sane, rational people in the military and intelligence establishment who understand that no matter what, we must not let them start Armageddon or a nuclear holocaust. And the Iranians are aware of this too. And I also, another thing I neglected to mention is that the U.S. aircraft Nimitz has been sent to the Middle East. Now that's the fourth aircraft carrier. You notice that we've not seen any more reports about the Eisenhower or the Carl Vinson or the Truman. It's like they've disappeared from the news radar. I think they're basically being turned into useless hulks. And the warning I got over the Nimitz is that they're going to use it for a false flag. The Israelis are going to try to blow it up and blame it on Iran to somehow try to fool the Americans into starting war with Iran. No matter what these people do, that's what they want. It's not what we want. This is going to end. We're watching the final implosion. So just, try not to get too distracted by negative news and concentrate on, all the good stuff that is happening and will continue to happen. These people are on their last legs. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Israel will finally end and will be replaced by the nation-state of Judea, and the United States corporation will be replaced by the Republic of North America. That will, once again be a sane, law-abiding, friendly country to the rest of the world. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Was a year that saw a lot of progress in dismantling the satanic globalist elite. They are very, very close to losing power, and if we play our cards right, we should be able to have a new Bretton Woods type agreement this year. But what we need to understand is that the year started out with Donald Trump trying to reform the United States They had the Department of Government Efficiency. They were doing all sorts of good things. It was going to take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal. And suddenly, in June, he disappeared at a G7 meeting. And then since then, we've had the fake short fat Trump, who presided over one of the largest military defeats in U.S. history. The United States lost 3 aircraft carriers and ran out of missiles. And basically, Israel was militarily finished. And now they're sending me a bunch of fake videos, probably filmed in India, saying that the Iranian regime is going to be overthrown. I don't believe it. You know, Iranian protesters don't go around with CGI generated English placards. Okay, so they send me a whole bunch of these videos, but I'm not going to bother sharing them with you. I'm asking my Iranian sources, and I'll get back to you on Monday to see what they say about the situation. But just so you understand why you can't trust anything that you see on your screens, and you should always verify. For example, I appear live in front of real people so they can confirm I'm real. I'm not just CGI. But in any case, take a look at this video showing you what sort of stuff they can do now, and they are doing it. So there's a lot of faker out there, and the last leaders of the failing rules-based world order are lying through their teeth about the real situation. They're faking their economic statistics, and that is going to lead to their downfall. In Germany, I just got sent some information from German intelligence that the Alice Weidel of the AfD, showed 3 documents showing that Friedrich Merz, first of all, he sent a letter to the bureaucracy saying that they must not publish any negative economic news. So they're ordering them to lie about the real situation in Germany, which is awful. And they sent another letter saying that the bureaucracy need to cover up crimes committed by foreigners. And then there was a third letter she presented showing that he was soliciting bribes. So Merz may be the first to fall, but we'll see. In England, Keir Starmer was also found to be taking orders from the EU to bring in foreign criminals to cause chaos in the UK. So again, he may also fall. We will see which one falls first. Although maybe my bet is with the French, because the French are taking serious action, especially the farmers. Take a look at this government buildings completely covered in manure in France. It might be that Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's probably the head of the snake, is going to have to go, and then all the dominoes will fall. But also in the United States, the fake Trump, he was overruled by the Supreme Court on sending in the National Guard, and they told him the only thing he could do now was to invoke the Insurrection Act. So this could be a civil war in the United States, but my message to the armed forces of the United States is that your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, was replaced in June by a fraud, and you must not obey that person in the White House. It's not your president. And you need to set up some kind of emergency government to help the United States through this transition. Now, I was also going to call for the arrest of a bunch of people, but I think I'll let Archbishop Carlo Vigano speak for all of us when he listen to him, who are still in positions of power. And Archbishop Vigano, I've heard that someone is taking action. There was an explosion in Switzerland that killed over 50 people. And I was told that a very senior member of the globalist elite was killed in that explosion. We don't know who it is yet, but I'm willing to bet it's Larry Fink, but I don't know. I don't have any inside information. All I know is from the CIA that a senior globalist was blown up, and we know that a lot of the globalists are all gathering in Switzerland right now because their financial system is falling apart. They are facing bankruptcy. The entire private central bank cartel. They've run out of gold, and they only managed to keep revive the government, the U.S. government, after 40 days of being shut down by laundering cartel narco money in exchange for silver, and they use that silver to pay the Asians. Now the Chinese have cut off silver, and I don't see how they're going to get past the end of January. We'll see. But remember, the Dragon family is standing by with $100 trillion to help rebuild the West as soon as they get rid of their satanic infection. And take a look at this. If you don't think this is real, take a look at this plaque from the Satanists honoring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So you see, the West is satanically infected, and it has to be cured, and that's what we're going to do this year. And there are many ways we can do it, but what each of you can personally do who's watching this is to take your money out of the stock market, get cash, buy real things, try to use this cash as much as possible, but get your money out of their fake financial system. That's very important. That's what you can do. But at a higher level, action is being taken, and a lot of people are going to be removed. We're sure of it. And then we can start, we're hoping that Nigel Farage will be the first leader of the White Hats to take over a major G7 country. And then we're asking him to help convene a new Bretton Woods conference so that we can fundamentally rebuild the post-war international architecture to reflect current realities. We are also calling for a jubilee, a one-off cancellation of debt, a redistribution of assets that were stolen from the people through central bank fraud. That means each of you should get the equivalent of a house, as payment for what they've done to you. And we're also, saying we need to set up a future planning agency so that we are not outcompeted by the Chinese who have such a system. We need to improve our system of economic governance. Right now, it's run by Satan-worshipping pedophile elites who are blackmailed and who only wish to enrich themselves at the expense of others. They are not trying to, build a better world. They're just trying to enrich themselves at the expense of us. That's no way to run an economic system. We need to hire the smartest people who work for you to make your life better the way you want it to be. That's what we're fighting for. So let's try to do it this year. This has gone on long enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the silver export ban from China starting at the beginning of the new year? Is this the final nail in the coffin for the fiat dollar when Western bullion banks are cut off from accessing physical silver?
It could well be. As I said in my talk, the idea is to remove the Khazarian mafia from control of the world's financial system, because that's what decides what we as a species do in the future. And the key to breaking their control is to insist on physical assets and not their paper or their digits on computers. And this is what the Chinese seem to be doing, cutting them off for anything that's real, and then their whole fake thing will just evaporate. We'll see. But you personally should invest in real things. Get your money out of the bank and buy a car, a house, a stereo, whatever, anything that really exists. That's my advice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You kind of answered this question already. It looks like a large amount of billionaire investors are pulling out of stocks, citing overvaluation. It seems like you agree with this. If not stocks, What, in your opinion, is the best thing to buy? Is it gold? Is it silver? You did mention property. Are there anything else that you would suggest people invest in?
Well, I think land is and housing is the number one, and farmland. So you have a supply of food because at the end of the day, you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And there have been times in the past where no matter how much gold you had, just things that are long lasting. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe just buy a brand new state of the art washing machine or whatever you can afford, but just get something that's real, that will personally improve your own life. That's what I suggest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned that the explosion at the bar. How do you think this was done? People are describing it as an instant inferno. Was this a bombing, or does it look like more of an advanced weaponry?
I don't know. I'm still making inquiries, but my suspicion was that this was aimed at a specific individual. And then when I asked my CIA connections, they said a very senior member of the globalist elite was eliminated, and I guess Larry Fink, because either Larry Fink or Bill Gates are prime targets because they were recorded saying they have a strong interest in going after these individuals. But I really don't know. I will try to find out. And I don't know how it was bombed either. Again, it's too early, but there's many different ways you can do that. Next question.
Hey, Ben. It looks like China has started to make military moves to invade Taiwan. Do you see this occurring in the near future? And if it does, what does that look like? Who comes to Taiwan's aid? Who backs China? And who wins?
I don't think it's going to come to that. What's going to happen, I believe, the head of the Three-Legged Crow Society in Japan died, and they've now selected a new individual. And I'm guessing that the various royal families of Asia are going to have negotiations that will involve reuniting the Korean Peninsula and then sorting out the Japan, Taiwan, China triangle in a harmonious way. But at the end of the day, I think that what will happen is people from the government in Taiwan will be given a senior role running all of China as part of a unification process. And I believe China or Taiwan will be allowed to keep an independent army. But, they're not, I don't think they're going to actually have a war. It's not going to be necessary. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the Minnesota Somali scam? What is actually going on there? Somalia has one of the world's lowest IQs, so I don't buy that they have figured out how to scam the government by themselves. What sort of inside things are occurring inside of our government to allow them to get away with this?
I saw one video of a supposed Somali scammer, and I'm telling you, the guy didn't look Somali. He looked Jewish, okay? Dark skinned, but definitely not. The Somalis have a very distinct appearance. I mean, the differences genetically within Africa are much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So different Africans are more different from each other than the Chinese are from the Europeans, for example. And the Somalis have a very tall, distinct features. And I don't think this has really to do with Somalis, although they may be used as a front. I think this is some kind of scam, and I'll try to look more into it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's actual Somalis, but they may be used as fronts. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you next week. President Trump reminds me of a friend who has a sister who is a drug addict, and she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends and everybody until the well went dry, and they wouldn't lend her anymore. And now she says that she won the lottery, and she's going to pay back everyone with interest. The problem is she didn't win the lottery. It's delusional. The same thing is happening with the fake President Trump. This has been going on for a while now. He says he's got $18 trillion in investment promises from around the world. This is just not true. It's not happening. Nobody's investing anything. Then he says he's got $18 trillion in revenue from tariffs, when in fact his revenue is $238 billion, which is not even enough to cover a month's deficit, trade deficit, or budget deficit for that matter. And now we're seeing some similar delusional behavior as far as Greenland is concerned. He thinks that somehow by grabbing Greenland, which is part of a NATO allied state, that it's going to solve all his monetary problems because they've got all these rare earths. Again, the problem is, even if they do, it'll take 7 to 8 years to develop, and he's got bills coming due on January 31st, so it's not going to be on time. The same with Venezuela. He says, oh, we got all this Venezuelan oil. Yeah, all right, they've been stealing oil tankers, but guess what? U.S. has also had oil tankers stolen from them in the Middle East, so that's not working. And the big attempt to grab Iran's oil, the gold, has failed. The real reason for this failed color revolution in Iran was, as I wrote in my weekly report, to grab the Persian gold hoard, which is apparently huge. It's more than the official reserves of the entire world. And remember, the official reserves are only gold that was recognized by the Western financial system and has their stamp on it. It's not the real amount of gold in the world. In any case, the rest of the world is not accepting any more IOUs from the United States. They want payment in physical silver or physical gold. And the fact that they failed to grab the gold in Iran means they're desperate. I don't see any way out of it except one, which is to accept the Dragon family offer of $100 trillion. This would be used to finance the Jubilee, to cancel all debt, public and private, in the West, to finance a huge rebuild of U.S. infrastructure, for example, a high-speed train network connecting the whole country, all sorts of things. And also, we would promise that we would cancel all debt, public and private, and everybody would become the owner of their current residence. And landlords would be compensated with the equivalent in rent. And as you know, it's been pointed out, people who actually own their own houses and paid for them will be given an extra reward in the form of ownership of corporations that will be confiscated from the satanic oligarchs who stole it through central bank fraud. So all that is going to happen, but in the meantime, we still have this delusional megalomaniac who thinks he's Donald Trump. He's trying to invoke the Insurrection Act, and here you can watch the head of the Israeli Homeland Security. Remember, Homeland Security's headquarters is in Israel, and we have Christine Noem in this clip. You can watch her talk about the Insurrection Act. What this means is they want to use the military to shoot American civilians in order to impose a dictatorship ruled by their fake Trump. That's what it means. And unfortunately, there's people also working against legitimate law enforcement to try to create a crisis to justify this military takeover. I do believe we need a military takeover, but not one controlled by the satanic Zionists. And you can spot them because they're the ones who are covering up all the Jeffrey Epstein files because they're in them. So, anybody like Pam Bondi or anybody in the current regime that you're seeing on your screens does not belong in public office, okay? Now, another thing that's going on is Just like when the Romanian regime fell with Ceausescu, he kept ramping up repression and ramping it up until him and his whole family ended in front of a firing squad. And we're seeing similar repression in the United States. And for example, I'm pretty sure that the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, and we know that was it Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, is going after people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And as a result, I've been told that a death warrant has been placed on him and trying to suppress the truth. So another person who I've heard a death warrant has been put on is Lindsey Graham, because he's been calling for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, the sitting head of state. So this is not issued by us. This is issued by someone else. I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are, but they told me that such warrants had been issued. So, the battle is going on, but we are winning. And the control grid is failing. For example, we have the Iranian foreign ministry explaining to the killing in Iran was carried out by recipe for color revolution involves causing, first of all, economic turmoil so that people get unhappy. Then they pay protesters and target the anger towards the regime. And then they have people shooting both the police and the protesters to try to get them to fight each other. And they tried this, and instead, what happened was the Mossad snipers were taken out, and the Iranian armed forces were able to protect their country and their people. And of course, you won't see that on your Western screens because, unfortunately, these criminals still control the mega corporations, and that's what needs to be taken away from them. We need to remove their control of Google, Microsoft, all the big high-tech companies. They need to be removed from that control. And also, the United States military really, really does need to get back to the real world and live within its means, because right now it is a gigantic parasite. For example, take a look at this clip of a so-called rocket company that got $4 million from the U.S. military. That's the sort of thing that happens when you have a magic money machine, but ultimately it's parasitical. It sucks from the strength of the country you're supposed to be supporting, and that's no way to run a military. If the military is run by sane people, one of the first things they would do is get rid of all those aircraft carriers because, as the Chinese have pointed out, the Russians can sink them all within half an hour if they want to. They've got the missiles to do that. So militarily, they're expensive white elephants, and they need to be removed. And the money saved should be put on, building hypersonic missiles. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done as soon as we get sane leadership. And again, the last time we offered this $100 trillion from the Dragon family, the forensic trail led to Barack Hussein, Thunder of Satan Obama, who blocked this money from being used to help rebuild America. And this time, the money is being blocked by the Rothschild family, who are using the fake Trump who's been around since June of last year. And that's what's blocking it now. So, we have Jean-Michel de Rothschild posing as Brigitte Macron. We have Nathaniel Rothschild. We have the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. We have Barclays Bank. And we have the Vatican Bank. These are the people who are preventing the rebuilding of the West and refusing the generous offer from the Dragon family to help rebuild Western industry and rebuild Western civilization. But it will happen anyway. We're going to have to let things collapse a bit more. It looks like Israel is being abandoned. Ehud Barak has been spotted fleeing the country. Benjamin Netanyahu has left. And I was told by the Iranians that the satanic, racist state of Israel is going to be replaced by the nation state of Judea, which will be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state, and that the temple will be rebuilt once Udaya Judea is established, and the Jewish people will be freed from thousands of years of satanic slavery. This is, to the U.S. military and to the law enforcement agencies. Take a look at this clip about baby formula. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We'd like to get your thoughts on the current mayor of Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to skip on that one because I don't have enough knowledge to give you an informed comment, but I will try to do some research on that and talk about it in my next weekly report. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Weekly, you tell that the Chabad death cult is going to be removed, but could you list the names of the individuals running this cult and where their operations are conducted from, if you are aware?
I believe that you could actually look it up online. They're openly listed, and the names are available. But what you have to understand is that Chabad are the army, the brain control army, but the real leadership is the Octagon Group, the Rothschild family, the people who control the World Economic Forum. But Chabad centers, they for years they say, "Oh, we're just a harmless Jewish group. We mean good," but the reality, as can be seen in their own writings, is that they have been working to kill 90% of humanity. But again, it's all public information. Just look up Chabad, and you'll find a list of all their locations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Apparently, there's a video by Stuart Lowe being interviewed by Nino Rodriguez. States they are wishing to make 3 superstates, Russia, China, and the U.S. They are very much pushing the synagogue of Satan to be in charge as they speak about some sort of dome. I have zero desire to be ruled by no-hide laws up here in Canada. What are your thoughts about this?
That's not going to work. This plan will fail. We are definitely headed for a multipolar world. So it'll be like any village where we have certain rules. You don't go into your neighbor's house and steal and rape, and we all get together to deal with things that we share in common. But it's not going to be some kind of centralized dictatorship like these people are planning. That 3-group idea is not going to work. And personally, since you're in Canada, I'm pushing for Canada to liberate the United States and restore democracy there and good government. I want Canada to take over the United States. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Since famous entertainers are usually compromised with unpleasant circumstances to make them servile, is it possible actor Timothy Busfield acted against his handlers and is being exposed as punishment? Any evidence that he may be helping the White Hats?
You have to judge from what he's saying. If he's been talking about pedophiles and stuff, then yeah, he's been targeted. But I don't know the details in this case either. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update. Worldwide 10 days of darkness set to activate on Sunday or Monday, 15th, 16th of March, 2026. TV, radio, internet silent as military emergency broadcasts take command. Global military alliance makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites. Be prepared with food, cash essentials. Banks closing, ATMs not working. Improved worldwide financial education, government systems by first week of April. US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia entering Nasara-Jasara transition. Judy note. President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Inc. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's global military alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals, where both were convicted of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, and sentenced to hang within 72 hours. Now the global military alliance has announced that Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed in an Iranian raid. Netanyahu was said to house in Israeli underground tunnels, plus promoted continual war against Israelis through the Zionism movement. Like the Clintons and Netanyahu should not be a surprise to anyone following President Trump's global military alliance. Possible timing. Friday, March 13th has triggered the global initiative phase of the global currency reset. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for a full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. On Saturday, March 14th, 2026, the US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia began transitioning NESARA funds into the quantum financial system as part of the global currency reset. On Monday, March 16th, the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness, names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16th has begun. The blackout will not bring fear. It will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. Global Currency Reset, Saturday, March 14th. The global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Saturday, March 14th, setting up your new quantum financial system wallet bank account, NESARA connected on Telegram. The quantum financial system is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. GESARA funds are worldwide. NESARA funds are for the United States citizens. April 1st, 2026 is not symbolic, it is operational. After that, the system does not pause, it advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS Sovereign Wallet appointment begins, expected April 1st, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS Sovereign Wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. The silence will not be a mistake, it will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury, routing systems, and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before GESARA NESARA funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out, no paper checks, no transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment. Advisors, legal contacts, trusts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official encrypted channels only. Stay calm, stay focused, stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway.
Judy note. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency in an official redemption center, ARC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at ARC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at ARC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at ARC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account. Only you would.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing, freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and more wars. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There's nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Straits of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Well, I know that we have a lot of reserves here that have been opened up, and I don't think there's an oil problem here. Saturday, March 14, 2026, on Piers Morgan, Professor Zhang Yang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this? Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 14th. Boom. The Patriots are rising as Juano Savin, Michael Jaco, and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14th roundtable. Juano Savin on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's Prime Minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign. Troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs. The chains are breaking. Shocking, this is the second Revolutionary War, Patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist bankers' schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire. Threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on the ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours nonstop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, topples as Mojtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion? Just more deep state desperation. Alert! Financial Armageddon looms. 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress tests forced 60% cash in worthless bonds, balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money. Gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished, external tariffs and the Republic. Property taxes skyrocket, 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools, indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations. Puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters freed amid Colorado demos. Heard 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brennan's arrest imminent. Treason straight to Gizmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations. Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms. State-picked senators, no midterms. Yo, SES and IG, Carter's deep state tools dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals. Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5th, 2026. 50th day post July 4th, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory. 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all. Fight on.
Is there risk there? Look, I've told your audience before, we're missing within a couple of different operations nuclear weapons. So
we're missing. You're saying we're missing some nuclear weapons
within the global stockpile, multiple locations and nations, not just.
Do they know when we started missing them? What, under what administration? I mean, this is. I mean, obviously.
Well, but I've gone into this a bit, and at the end of the day, the general that was Putin's very close friend that was killed in the scooter attack, what was his role? He was trying to track down some parts that related to being able to refresh or update and make current some very old nuclear devices, and they have a shelf life, and with some of the components, or they just fizzle. And so he was trying to track down where some of these components went. That we know there's also some missing devices out there, and the Russians during the fall of Soviet Union, we got almost all, but there's a few missing. Specifically within the Ukraine theater, and there's also material that could be used for dirty bombs going to some of the reactors there in Ukraine. Other stuff in the Soviet Union. There is a Chinese threat, although it's radically less. There's one also related to South Africa. We still have some problems out there, and they're very, very, very serious. Allowing Iran and its leadership to fester away and pull something off because we're afraid to act was not wise. We're reducing the threat. Can you get it to zero? Probably not in actuality.
What we think we know as of Sunday, March 15th. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Checkmate. Checkmate, explosive revelations, 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm unmasked the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Republican leaders on C-SPAN. As terror threats have emerged across the country, the very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026, Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs to facilitate the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that the United States has ended all aid to Somalia. Dan Scavino on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Fox News. California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal health care funds spent on services for undocumented migrants according to federal audits. Saturday, March 14th, Tom Homan just revealed Minnesota counties are letting ICE into the jails to arrest illegals. Unprecedented cooperation is now happening. They caved. Illegals are being arrested instead of being released into Minnesota. This is huge. Tom Homan did it. On Friday, March 13th, Senator Chuck Schumer accidentally revealed that the real reason he doesn't want the Save America Act passed, it would purge voter rolls of illegal or ineligible voters. Democrats want to make illegals their new voting base. Saturday, March 14th, a new Epstein file revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was backing ISIS through U.S. Israeli proxies, as Paul Harvey would say. And now you know the rest of the story. Jasara on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, surprise, surprise, boom. U.S. government via FAA, NASA, and NOAA officially admits to spraying chemicals manipulating weather and altering Earth's atmosphere. Saturday, March 14th, Vigano versus the Deep Church. Excommunicated for exposing hell, he named them. They erased him. Saturday, March 14th, explosive. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unleashes whistleblower war on deep fraud. Patriots can earn up to 30% for exposing corruption. Saturday, March 14th, shocking corruption. Federal judge blocks grand jury from investigating Federal Reserve. Piro explodes. Voter fraud. Saturday, March 14th. The global election fraud cartel started in Venezuela. The target was the United States, and the rest is history. President Chavez expressed that with their project one day they would place a president in the United States as well. Former head of security for Hugo Chavez, Edward Snowden on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, foreign interference played an enormous role in the stolen 2020 election as well as others. The production of fake IDs and ballots to produce voters is just one of many massive intrusions in our elections, as well as remote access, foreign servers, and machines built with compromised electronics, giving backdoor access to alter election outcomes. The writing is on the wall. Government fraud. Friday, March 13th. Today, a federal judge blocked Trump from investigating the Federal Reserve. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Read that again. A judge just told the President of the United States he's not allowed to look inside the books of the institution that prints your money. Why? What's in those books that a federal judge would risk his entire career to protect? Here's what happened in the last 72 hours. Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve Board, first time in history. They wanted transaction records from 2009 to 2024. Within hours, Judge James Boasberg stepped in and blocked everything. That's the skull and bones judge. Called it government overreach. The same Judge Boasberg who oversees the FISA court, same court that approved the illegal surveillance of Trump in 2016, same judge, same system protecting the same people. $9.7 trillion moved through the Fed's emergency lending programs between 2008 and 2023. No audit, no oversight, no names. Trump wanted the names. They said no. Now ask yourself, while the judge was protecting the Fed, what else happened? 2,200 Marines deployed to the Middle East. 9 drone attacks hit the UAE. 50,000 U.S. troops now in the region. The KC-135 shot down. The terror attacks on American soil. All in the same week, the president tried to open the Fed's books. Coincidence? The Fed isn't a government institution. It's a private bank owned by families whose names appear in the same files Trump has been unsealing since January. Epstein's files, Soros's accounts, Obama's transfers. They all lead to the same building on Constitution Avenue. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 11th, the war isn't overseas, the war is on Constitution Avenue. The bombs falling on Tehran are destroying the offshore accounts, The subpoenas are targeting the onshore accounts. They blocked one, they can't block both. Falling crown. Phase 5 is the Federal Reserve. The judge bought them days, not weeks, not months, days. They blocked the subpoenas. They activated sleeper cells. They hit a tanker. They attacked a synagogue. All to protect one building. It won't be enough. Trump commands the plan to save the world across 200 plus nations. Rolling worldwide EBS set to begin midnight Friday, March 13th, 2026. 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law, while military makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Worldwide financial crash, fiat dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before they freeze your account. New gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, but no access until April. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Where we go one, we go all. Pray. God always wins. Judy note, people may wonder why they were closing down the world for 10 or so days while the global military alliance headed by President Trump made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites. It's because those deep state elites have had control of the world's monetary system since the beginning and used it to control the global population while doing horrible things to our innocent children in their worship of Satan in exchange for his fake promises of wealth, power, and glory. Trump and the Global Alliance were setting people of the world free through a centuries-old 209 nation. Q plan to save the world. Martial law has been declared worldwide, with military tribunals activated under emergency powers according to President Trump. The U.S. constitutional republic has been restored, with the new U.S. Treasury located in Temple, Texas. Washington, D.C. was now the Washington Military District. The deep state cabal's crime syndicate government has been dismantled. Last night, Thursday, March 12th, a Special Forces military unit raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gizmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. That was the beginning of the end for the deep state cabal. Their crimes have been happening uncontrolled for a very long time. Judy note on other news for today. The Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. Executive Director of the Oversight Project, Mike Howell, testimony before Congress on Thursday, March 12, 2026. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Mexican drug cartels, and Muslim Brotherhood networks were feeding the deep state Satan-worshipping shadow government under Trump's leadership of the Global Military Alliance. All were collapsing like dominoes. Airports were seeing hours-long delays due to TSA shortages as Homeland Security lockdown sees no signs of ending. The Democrats have refused to budget Homeland Security, so airport employees were refusing to show up because they were not getting paid and needed to earn money elsewhere to support their families. Bohemian Grove, California tunnels run across the country, under major cities and clear to Washington, D.C. under the new ballroom. Trump personally funded and built right on top. Trump has sealed the tunnels off so Satan-worshipping politicians' escape routes were now gone. Super soldiers like Aaron Vaughn and others were not dead, but testified before military tribunals, exposing Hillary Obama gun running. A military accountability letter dated January 1st, 2024, has thousands of signatures of generals and admirals saying, "We will fight until two-tier justice ends." Election fraud, we already have it all. Mirrored servers, quantum evidence, every fake ballot, every crime from 2020 through 2024 has been nailed. Voting machines made to throw elections were dead. Paper ballots, hand counts, same-day voting coming. Global currency reset. Wednesday, March 11, 2026, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. The first week in April was when the general public would be notified to set up their QFS money accounts. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing, freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win, God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America.
Members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the role of NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, in facilitating mass illegal immigration. I currently serve as the executive director of the Oversight Project and previously was at DHS and on Capitol Hill conducting oversight of immigration matters. The United States of America is still reeling from the worst border invasion in its history. This was an invasion that was planned, promoted, encouraged, funded, and sustained by radical elements of the previous administration. But this invasion could not have been accomplished without a colossal partnership with the NGO community. Simply put, the government just did not have the capacity to get this many people in and around the country without the support of the nonprofits. And to that end, they gave them almost $6 billion to a conglomerate of UN agencies and over 200 NGOs to do just that, according to statistics from the Center for Immigration Studies. The result was that Border Patrol became a daycare. They became Uber drivers just to shuttle illegals to the nonprofits to get them around the country. Now, the Oversight Project has led the way in exposing what I call this border industrial complex. In December of 2022, we did the first of its kind study where we tracked illegal aliens by their cell phones as they went through these nonprofits at the border. In just a 1 month period, in tracking 30,000 devices, so a very small subset of the 10 million that Biden had crossed the border, we found out that the illegals went to nearly every single congressional district in the United States. We proved that every town was indeed a border town. That work informed the House of Representatives to pass H.R. 2, which notably contained a provision defunding the entirety of these NGOs. Now, this was a landmark event. It was controversial even amongst politicians here in D.C., because the dirty secret is a lot of politicians have a very cozy relationship with these organizations. In fact, one member went as far to say that that provision in H.R. 2 was unchristian. Well, that's now a common sense principle for immigration policy today, that we do not fund our own invasion. And to that end, DHS pausing all money to these organizations is simply common sense. Now, really quickly on H.R. 2, because there's been a lot of confusion on this point. Some of your colleagues last Congress over in the Senate introduced a bill to undercut H.R. 2 that would have mandated a new normal of illegal boarding crossings at over 5,000 a day. Now, I'm going to quote President Trump here from his State of the Union last week. People kept saying we needed new legislation to secure the border, but it turned out all we needed is a new president. He was right. He is right. In addition, the Oversight Project continues to lead the way in uncovering seedy behavior after behavior at NGOs. In New York, we found illegal aliens getting false residence documents. In Mexico, we found flyers at an illegal alien staging camp encouraging illegals to vote for Biden. In Arizona, we found a former Mexican consulate official at the Southside Worker Center in Tucson advising illegals how to lie to law enforcement and evade ICE. That's against the law. Additionally, we produced documentary evidence of non-citizens admitting on camera to being registered to vote in Georgia, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona. So where are all the government investigations? I am begging for someone to please join us. What about the DHS OIG? I see investigation after investigation into the conditions at ICE facilities. Where are the investigations of these nonprofits and the $6 billion that flowed through them? It's time that we start treating the Biden border crisis like the crime scene that it is.
Friday, March 13th, super soldiers alive. Cartel hammer drops and Jubilee resetting coming. Sheila Holm, the researcher whose books armed President Trump with the real truth, unleashes fire. Epstein files are detonating worldwide. Former Norwegian premier arrested yesterday, straight from the client list. Hyatt Hotel's head confirmed pedo. Vanished after resigning. He's running, but Space Force tracks every move. Arrests were accelerating hourly. Politicians, CEOs, Hollywood scum sweating bullets as tribunals fire up. Trump's immovable trap was genius. He let the left scream for files while military held the kill switch. Q's misinformation necessary played out perfectly. Biggest sting ever. Epstein likely flipped, cooperating with white hats, spotted alive, long hair and beard. Ghislaine fronted for Mossad puppet master dad Robert Maxwell, fake name, running global blackmail with kids, adrenochrome, satanic torture, all taped. Politicians owned, now flipped. Briggs overflowing, military justice, no pensions, just ropes for traitors. Explosive reveal, 83 SEAL Team 6 dead in staged crash. Post Bin Laden, alive. Super soldiers, memory wiped since 2014. Witnesses to Hillary, Obama, Benghazi, gun running, treason. Fake death letters to families, no bodies. When they testify, the entire syndicate implodes overnight. Cartels crushed. U.S. forces seized 134 acres inside Texas. All equipment gone. Mexico, green lights, ops on their soil. Cartel bosses Trump hosted last year sang. CIA ran drugs since Bush Sr.'s fake war. No mercy. Boats bombed, lands taken. Venezuela, Cuba puppets wiped. Warriors drop fortified compounds 100 to 1 outnumbered with tech cabal can't fathom. McAfee alive. Lit cigarette painting troll. Backdoored systems. Saved every destroyed email. Epstein Island pool pic with Clinton. Epstein snapped it. Proof he flipped early. 2026 Jubilee, 50th cycle since fake independence, May 17th, prayer gathering, 49 days before July 4th, 250th, return to Creator and dead slavery. Republic restored, Treasury to Temple, Texas, D.C., now Washington Military District, crime syndicate government dismantled. Divine feminine rises, mama bears, widows marching, Christ consciousness awakens. No more Constantine fake religion, truth simple, quantum manifestation, direct to source. Flood hits pre-midterms. Traitors in Gitmo force election delay. Pray hard through May 17th. Divine burn can end Sodom overnight. Greatest story ever told. Satan's empire falls. Humanity reclaims Eden. We win. They lose bigly. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Friday, March 13th, Secretary of War on Operation Epic Fury. Never before has a modern capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones are being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Friday, March 13th, Jesse Waters on Fox News. Seize Karg Island, and it's game over for Iran's terror regime. Karg Island, essentially the country's cash register. If we seize it, it's over. Friday, March 13th, Iranian military vessel is operating in any major regional waterways after the U.S. military destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval assets. The Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. So the U.S. military is focusing its sights on dismantling Iran's missile production facilities. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Friday, March 13th, Trump drops the hammer. U.S. law enforcement now has eyes on every single Iranian terror sleeper cell in America. We know where most are. We have our eyes on all of them. These radical invaders flooded our borders under sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in history. But President Trump is already hunting them down at a level the deep state has never seen. Friday, March 13th, Joe Rogan just called this war insane. He's right, but not for the reason he thinks. Rogan told 200 million listeners on Wednesday, Trump supporters feel betrayed. I don't feel betrayed if you know what's going on. This seems insane. He's not wrong. It does seem insane. Unless you know what's under Isfahan, what the media won't tell Rogan. Right now, as you read this, U.S. Special Forces are preparing a ground operation to breach the underground tunnels beneath Isfahan, Iran. Not to destroy them, to seize what's inside. 84 metric tons of highly enriched uranium, enough to build 14 nuclear warheads. But that's not what Trump wants. Beneath the uranium, 3 levels deeper, is a vault built in 2014 with $2.3 billion from the Obama administration. Inside that vault, $127 billion in gold bars, stolen from Libya in 2011, routed through Qatar, hidden by the same network that moved Epstein's money. Financial records connecting the Clinton Foundation, the Federal Reserve, and 14 sitting members of Congress to a money laundering operation that ran from 2009 to 2023. And one server, containing every communication between the deep state and Iran's Revolutionary Guard for 15 years. That is why this war is happening. Not oil, not nukes, not territory, evidence. Trump told Axios yesterday, there's practically nothing left to target. He's right. The military targets are gone. What's left is underground, and you don't bomb evidence. You send men to carry it out. Rogan will understand soon when those files surface, and they will. Every name will be public, every dollar traced, every lie exposed. The people calling this war insane will realize it was the most calculated military operation in American history. 12 days. That's all it took to dismantle a regime that 5 presidents protected for 45 years, not because they couldn't destroy it, because they were partners. Trump isn't the one who betrayed his supporters. The last 5 presidents betrayed the entire country. Trump is the first one cleaning it up. Domino 1, Venezuela, fallen. Domino 2, Iran, fallen. Domino 3, Cuba, falling. And Domino 4, the files are coming out of the ground. Israel is last. Friday, March 13, 2026, Douglas Macgregor warns that if nuclear weapons are used in Iran, it will be done by Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. He says Netanyahu is getting desperate because Iran is refusing to submit to his demands. Macgregor says Netanyahu is in total control of the U.S. government through Zionist billionaires. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. Friday, March 13th, Julian Assange. The goal is to use Israel, Venezuela, and Ukraine to wash money out of the U.S. and European taxpayers and back into the hands of transnational elite. The goal is an endless war, not a successful war. The Global Military Alliance coordinates it all. Troops deployed nationwide. Martial law whispers growing louder. 10 days of darkness imminent. EBS override coming to expose child trafficking. Adrenochrome horrors. Biolabs. Tribunals for Satan-worshipping elites. Roseanne's new show drops soon. Big win for America story. Randy Quaid channeling 107 vibes. Pure comedy truth bombs to decompress the tension while waking the masses. She calls them energy vampires. Ghouls thinking they're smarter than God. Hilarious delusions, but God's is stronger. Prayer shortcuts the devil. Keep praying together. Blinders removed. Truth crystal clear. The battlefield? Not just Iran or streets, it's the mind, the soul of America. Conspiracies aren't theories anymore. Old ones proved true daily. January 6th insurrection lie. Forced indoctrination in schools. But patriots see through it. 84% of MAGA stands rock solid behind Trump. No propaganda splits us. Hold the line, Anons. Dark before dawn, but golden age ahead. God wins, we're on his team. The final purge sweeps the cabal into hell where they belong. Trump receives divine downloads. Brilliant moves collapsing their empire. The Great Awakening explodes into the great unraveling of their broken system. Rebuild it for everyone, not the few. Trust the plan. Where we go one, we go all. The freight train cannot be stopped. Mass arrests, secret raids, the final purge has begun.
Juan O'Savin unleashes Trump bombshell, March 13, 2026. Sheila Home confirms military tribunals incoming. For satanic deep state cabal as white hats. Execute the plan and the children are finally saved. Juan O'Savin, JFK Jr. On Telegram. Patriots. The storm has broken wide open on March 13, 2026. When Juan O'Savin dropped explosive Trump breaking news alongside Sheila Home on Patriots across the pond, revealing that military tribunals are incoming right now. John Brennan was the first high-profile traitor heading into custody on sealed grand jury indictments for treason and crimes against humanity. Hillary Clinton's inner circle, including her campaign manager, faced the same fate as the latest Epstein file dumps exposed the full satanic network reaching straight into the Vatican. The Vatican panicked and burned millions of documents in hours. Plus, the British royals were scrambling to hide their island trafficking horrors. Juan laid bare the millennia-long global conspiracy of Baal and Moloch worship, infiltrating churches, governments, and media to sever humanity from the true God with satanic rituals. One was a replicated arch of Baal portals, placed in Paris and planned for New York. Hillary wanted to speak from the gateway in New York to summon dark forces. Her coded emails called for chicken sacrifices, meaning young boys offered to Moloch, proving she is a card-carrying witch in multiple covens. Sheila Hone, with her 5-decade history, crossing paths with Juan in the fight, stressed that patriots must stop looking the other way and chose a side now. Patriots should engage locally against stolen elections, school board frauds, and bond scams that drain family wealth. All the while, the deep state engineered a bond market collapse 10 to 100 times worse than 2008 to halt all commerce and force total submission. President Trump is countering, perfectly demanding honest elections and honest money to deflate the balloon before it explodes. saving the republic and restoring power to the people. Trump has called every American to the National Mall starting May 17, 2026, for a 49-day season of prayer and rededication to God Almighty leading straight through July 4, 2026. July 4, 2026 was the 250th anniversary of the Constitution, which was ushering in a biblical jubilee of debt, forgiveness, land return, and full national cleansing from satanic influence. The celebration would reclaim Washington, D.C. from occult symbols like the Osiris Phallus Monument and Pentagon Death Geometry. This precipice moment, the great national near-death experience, will awaken the asleep as the veil rips away, forcing every soul to pick good or evil while white hats with divine protection on Trump after multiple assassination attempts execute the plan with precision. The rigged 2020 and attempted 2024 elections by Serbian servers, Chinese paper ballots, and Cuban Venezuelan operatives were blocked by military operations. This allowed Trump to win. Now the full reckoning hits with foreign actors rounded up. Guantanamo tribunals await the traitors. No more civilian slaps on the wrist for those who sold out. America and the children trafficked by these monsters will see true justice as the satanic New World Order crumbles in real time. The deep state was in total panic, their distractions failing, their archways powerless against collective prayer and awakened masses. Canaans, get tight with the Father and stand firm in your local lane. Support patriots running for office and trust that the white hats have it all under control. The greatest comeback in history is unfolding. The storm is here. The tribunals are live and America rises stronger than ever as a beacon of God-given freedom, righteousness, and prosperity for the entire world. Where we go one, where we go all. The victory's already won and the best days are now.
Election fraud, Thursday, March 12th. This is the fix in Arizona elections. Penske trucks full of ballots were followed to Runbeck Election Services with no observers or chain of custody. When an election audit company tried to get Runbeck's records and videos to prove chain of custody, observers, and voter roll information, an Arizona judge denied the request. Why wouldn't Runbeck just turn it over to prove their case in the first place? Another red flag is when Arizona state election officials were asked about the Penske trucks, they said something completely different, and that they were moving equipment and chairs, never mentioning Runbeck or what they do or ballots. There is something a lot bigger transpiring here, and it goes all the way to the top of Arizona's government. The Arizona sheriff is said to have even been installed, not elected, by a well-funded, Soros-funded campaign as well. And Friday, March 13th, saying illegal aliens are not voting in U.S. elections is like saying the border was secure during the 4 years of Joe Biden. Turns out that 10,000 illegal aliens using the exact same social security number voted in the Arizona November 3rd, 2020 general election. Just ask Adrian Fontes. He was the one who registered them. The White House on Telegram. And Friday, March 13th, Georgia State Senator Greg Dolezal exposes all the irregularities and fraud in the Fulton County, Georgia, stolen 2020 election. The Schiff on Telegram. Friday, March 13th, Americans have had enough of radical Muslims in their country. Here's what jihadis have done in the U.S. in the last week. One shoots up a bar in Austin, shoots 14. Another one lights a Molotov cocktail and throws it at Christians in New York City. Another one throws a nail bomb or shrapnel, IED, at Christians in New York City. Another one tries to bomb a Southwest flight going from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale. Another one throws another IED shouting Allahu Akbar at a protest near Gracie Mansion in New York City. Another one makes a bomb threat and forces a plane to land in Atlanta. Another one drops a bomb threat at Kansas City Airport. And the DHS is reporting that jihadi threats against churches across the U.S. right now are completely exploding. Radical Islam, for some reason, is the one religion that the left will fight for until their dying breath, for whatever reason. And Christianity is somehow always the problem. Funny how that works. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram.
This is something that involves liberating the American people. So First, let's take a look at this video about the Federal Reserve Board so you know actually who is going bankrupt, because it's not the American people. So, what the White Hats have been doing for over 20 years, we've been fighting the Satanists who've taken control of our monetary system, which is a system of mind control. And we've negotiated with the Russians, with the Chinese, with the BRICS, and we're getting ready to move to a new system, which will not involve a secret Satanist elite creating money out of nothing and then extracting resources from the rest of the world, which is a system that is in place now. And we to start this off, our plan is a complete jubilee. That is the end of all debt, public and private, and then a redistribution of assets so that everybody owns their own home, and people who already own their own home will be compensated otherwise. This is the plan we're working on. We've got a lot of support, but of course, we have still strong opposition. Take a look at this clip of a U.S. Congressman explaining what the problem is. We all know now, at least anyone who's even vaguely aware, that the current system is controlled by blackmailed pedophiles, and they've taken away Donald Trump and replaced him with a fake, who's now trying to promote Kevin Warsh, a Bilderberger, as the new head of the Federal Reserve Board. And this is an attempt to increase debt slavery, which is something we do not want. And the other thing is, I'd like to point out, this is also about the liberation of the Jewish people from an ancient satanic cult. Take a look at this. This is a Chabad Lubavitch facility being attacked by a car. Take a look at this for a second. These people are not Jews. They are Satanists. And they have been killing Jews, including with the Holocaust, which is a burnt offering to Satan. And we have asked them politely to step aside, and they're not. But the thing is, the real Jews, the ones who believe in the golden rule, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, do not want to be collectively punished because of what these Satanists are doing to everybody. This is something that has to end. And the other thing we need to be aware of is that the Satanists with their fake Trump are very desperate now, and they're trying everything in their power to start World War III. That's why you have these new provocations against Iran, which will lead to catastrophic military defeat because basically U.S. aircraft carriers are obsolete. They're sitting ducks, a few missiles, hypersonic missiles, and they're gone. But they're trying to do that. And now they're also, if you can see from this clip, they're trying to start war using Cuba. All I can say is that we need to hold the line firm because this time we really can end this if we all get together. They've done everything in their power. They tried to overthrow the Chinese government. They actually came pretty close. They got the number 2, the top of the military, to work for them, but he's been removed, and there's been a massive purge underway there. So the Khazarian mafia has lost their network in China. Something big is going to happen in Japan, but I'm not free to talk about that yet. But the other thing you need to know is that the British people, the Five Eyes, are now with the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the White Hats in the US working to liberate the American people from this mafia. And now I want to take a look at what they're doing with Alberta. The people of Alberta, as you can see from this next clip, are really hoping to get independence. And the only thing I'd like to comment about that is the Albertans have a very legitimate gripe because their oil revenue is not being going to them in any way as it should be. But the real problem is not the East Coast establishment, as the Zionists or the KM would like to have you think. The real problem is that the Rockefeller brothers and their Khazarian mafia honchos have been preventing Canada from exporting its oil to Asia, which, would buy everything we have and more and would create an enormous boom for the entire west part of Canada. That's not being blocked by Ottawa. It's being blocked by people in the Fortune 500 and Washington. People of Alberta, we understand your case, but this is about something much bigger. And at the end of the day, we're going to win this, I promise you, because 85% of the planet has been liberated, and it's just a matter of time. But let's make sure that this time the U.S. corporation is permanently shut down so it can be replaced by a democratic government of the people, by the people, and for the people, which is what it was supposed to be, not of the Satanists, by the Satanists, and for the Satanists, which is what it has become. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems things are starting to ramp up here in the United States, especially with the economy. When are we likely to see prices start coming down? It seems to be pretty unaffordable for the average person right now.
Yeah, the problem is that the Khazarian mafia, who control your economy, have been trying to extract everything they can from the American people in order to keep their corporation afloat. And they do that by artificially jacking up food prices and other things. So the key to this is letting the government go bankrupt and replacing it with something new, building a new capital elsewhere. Then the average person will soon see their. I can promise this. I'm willing to bet my life on it that if we overthrow these people, we can double your living standards within a year by using a jubilee and putting the country under proper economic management. That way, we won't be outcompeted by the Chinese. And by the way, just an example of how much better their economic system is. In 2024, one single Chinese company built more ships than all the companies in the United States built in the 80 years since World War II. That's how different it will be when we have proper economic management, and we won't lose to the Chinese anymore. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I'm not sure many here find it troubling that you are sort of standing behind Carney, even though we all know his history. We all know the level of murderous blackmail he had to go through before being allowed to head the Bank of England, and we all know the level of blackmail he must be under now to be the Prime Minister of Canada. This about turn is troubling indeed. Even you referencing he may be the head of a North American union is also troubling, so I have to ask, what's going on? Can you agree at least to say that during this time of great turmoil and major change, the powers that be will look to take full advantage of this position to position themselves again in power, either directly or indirectly, and that this is the time we the people should not trust anyone? What are your thoughts?
Okay, let's explain about Mark Carney. I report the world as it is, not as I want it to be. Okay, Mark Carney is also a blackmail pedophile, or he wouldn't have got into the job he had. What I was reporting, though, was what happened at Bilderberg. I mean, at the Davos summit, and the reaction that took place there. So the people there really support him versus the fake Trump administration. But clearly, I reached out to Mark Carney when I was in Canada. He refused to talk to me or acknowledge me, and he's not going to be the head of the North America or anything else. He's just late in the game trying to change sides. But it's probably too little, too late. But what I did report was that there's a fundamental break within the Anglo-Saxon current power structure. But we don't want either side in charge. I'm no fan of Mark Carney, and I'm no fan of Howard Lutnick or either of these people. We want people completely different in charge, and that's what we're fighting for. So I know it made it look like I was in favor of Mark Carney, but no, I'm just reporting what happened at Davos, not what I think. Because I think we want none of these bastards. We don't want any blackmail pedophiles in power, period. Next question.
Hi, Ben. There is currently an Asian meeting of leaders and diplomats in the Philippines. Is anything important actually being done here?
Is Japan a part of it, or is this really not something that we should be paying attention to?
There's a lot of behind the scenes maneuvering. The Asians are preparing to offer $100 trillion to the West. And this is not a loan. You don't have to pay it back. This is strings free to help you rebuild. These negotiations are about that, as well as about eliminating the KM influence in East Asia. And there's some meetings going to be taking place in Japan, but fundamental changes are coming, and it'll be good. They wanna help the West get rid of its satanic infection. That's what I can say at present. Next question, please.
Hi, Ben. We keep hearing about Myanmar and its military-run elections. Do you know what's going on there right now? Do you have anything to share?
Well, the country has been de facto split. The Karen peoples have declared their own new country, and there is a proxy battle between the white hat Western military and the Russians against certain Chinese factions who want to take over Cambodia and Myanmar and colonize them. And the new Russian defense doctrine is one of, we don't let anybody invade anybody else, period. So they'll fight with the Chinese if China is invaded, and they'll fight against the Chinese if the Chinese invade somewhere else. That's how this is working. So that's what I know about the situation in Myanmar. There's also a big battle over tin supplies and stuff. It's part of a sort of power struggle between the white hats and the Chinese to make sure the Chinese come on board with a new world paradigm that's not, a China-dominated world, but rather a multipolar world where East and West are equal partners, not one subjugating the other. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What do you think of Elon Musk saying in a recent interview, stating that in about 4 to 5 years, AI will take over all of the jobs, money will be useless, and no one will need to work? Do you foresee this actually happening?
There is a faction that works for what the Gnostic Illuminati call a rogue artificial intelligence. So right now, the people in the West, they're spending all our future investment resources in giant data centers to build AI. It's a desperate last-minute attempt to create something digital that's so powerful that it will enslave us forever. But it's not going to work because AI is artificial. It's not real. It does not affect control the original creation, and it never will be able to. You can't eat digits, and we control the power supply. But definitely, I think Elon Musk works for this rogue AI, and a lot of the Silicon Valley people who are trying to replace humans with silicon need to be dealt with. That's for sure. But anyway, next week I'll be having some meetings, hopefully there'll be more to report. But let's see if the U.S. government shuts down, and let's see if we can make it permanent this time, so that the Republic of the United States of America can be revived. This is what we're all fighting for. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in. 25. Last week, French intelligence warned us that a ship equipped with earthquake weapons was 300 miles to the south of Hokkaido. And this warning was passed on to the relevant authorities, and as a result, that ship was put out of commission. Despite that, you can see as evidence that they had planned an earthquake event in advance. All sorts of media outlets and the U.S. Geological Survey all announced a massive earthquake and a massive tsunami, which didn't actually happen. But what it does mean is that the United States has now lost their ability to use earthquake weapons to terrorize people in order to force them to hand over money. So they've lost their military cards. I would say now everything. For example, we're pretty sure they already lost 3 aircraft carriers. They can no longer send aircraft carriers to intimidate small countries. And with the war in Iran, they used all their missiles, and now they've used their earthquake weapons, which is, I think, Trump was referring to as a horrible thing that's going to happen to Russia. Well, they didn't, okay? So this is really the last card the Americans had in order to try to steal money from the rest of the world. And then also, Trump announced all sorts of tariffs on various countries. And again, it sounds like it's really dramatic, but when I looked at the list, I mean, the countries with the highest tariffs are places like Cambodia, Laos, Madagascar. In other words, countries that don't really have trade with the United States anyway, and it doesn't matter. So it's just like a face-saving gesture. And the most important country, China, was not on the list. And instead, right now the United States is having negotiations with China in Sweden. And as far as I can tell, they're just looking for American property and real estate and anything else they can sell to China in order to borrow some money to keep their show going. So, for example, when Trump got in power, he said he was going to nationalize the Panama Canal. Now it turns out that China is actually going to get more control over the Panama Canal than they did before. And I guarantee you they're trying to hand over all sorts of other U.S. treasures and properties to China in order to keep in business. So that's an important thing. Now, the other thing, I think, we've reached a critical mass on the issue of the Federal Reserve Board and why it needs to be eliminated. First of all, I want you to watch this little clip of Jerome Powell, where he says, basically, we create money out of thin air.
You simply flooded the system with money.
Now, people like Congressman Massey are saying this is theft. It is. It is criminal. I mean, they create money out of nothing. They hand it out to their buddies, their friends, and they do that by creating inflation, which is basically stealing from everybody else, because everything you buy gets more expensive because of all this money being handed out to their buddies. And not only that, these people have been using the control of the Federal Reserve Board to promote a horrific agenda of genocide. And this is not even a secret anymore. So I want you to watch this Tucker Carlson clip with Professor Mearsheimer, where they talk about it. And it's clear now that people are no longer being fooled by this whole Zionist propaganda in North America. And it's not going to continue. But anyway, watch the clip. So the Israeli lobby is really losing power fast, and it's even the Jews themselves are helping, remove the Zionists. So, for example, last week the Jerusalem Post published an article saying that Israel knew about the October 7th attacks 2 weeks before they came. I mean, we all know this, but the fact that it's in a major Israeli paper means that they're preparing for some kind of legal action against these criminals, because they are criminals and mass murderers who deserve war crimes tribunals, and that's what's going to happen. Now, the other thing that's going on is, hold on, let me just check something. The Trump regime is being completely isolated, and Trump is losing popularity at an incredible rate. For example, an opinion poll, I think it was a CBS opinion poll, showed that in February, Americans aged between 18 and 29 were 55% in favor of Trump. In July, they found out that 72% of them were against Trump. If you ask me, that's because since the June G7 meeting, Trump has been replaced. I mean, it's obvious because he looks different, he's a different height, and he's saying the opposite of everything that he used to say before. And I think a lot of people are realizing that whoever is acting the Trump part now is not the Trump who was elected, earlier this year, and that is concerning a lot of people, especially people in the military and the agencies, who understand that this horror show cannot continue. But for now, it is likely to continue. And then if you want a bit of a humor, next is watch this White House spokes clown clip about how Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. So, that is pure BS. I mean, for example, when he says he forced India and Pakistan to make peace with each other, that's simply not true. The fact is that Pakistan and Indian government said no, Trump had nothing to do with it. And you can say the same about the other countries. But, somehow they think that if they're going to give him a Nobel Peace Prize, suddenly it's all going to be okay. And remember, I support Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief, the real one. But something has happened to him since June. He has not appeared in public since June. And there's an obvious fraud being put out on our screens who is denigrating the image of the real Trump, who is a patriot and who wants to make America great again, not make Israel great again. And that is something that we all need to, be aware of. So don't let them fool you with this fake Trump. And we need to bring back the real one. Then we need to have Vice President Vance take over and, arrest the criminals who are responsible for removing him. Now, the other thing that's going on, I expect some major moves this autumn. Again, I think we're going to watch this horror show throughout the summer. And I have to work, but otherwise I'd be tuning out because, if I could, I wouldn't read the newspaper until September because it's just going to be more of this horror show. But nonetheless, I do expect big things in the autumn for sure. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov last week said, the West now is becoming like the fourth Nazi Reich. And the Russians have made it very clear that, they want to eliminate Nazis. And I'm thinking that they're going to finally make a move on the EU and remove all those Nazi criminals who are openly talking about murdering, 90% of humans. And the other thing that's going on is that since June, again, the Trump regime is suddenly talking about this mark of the beast system yet again. They're talking about total health control or health monitoring, but they want to have complete real-time digital monitoring of all American people. That's why Robert Kennedy talked about everybody should have a wearable or something. So they want to be able to control you, and if you write something that they don't like, then you won't be able to go shopping. They're trying to up the repression in a desperate bid to stay in power. But this is a sign that they are desperate, they're scared, and they know they are going down. And hopefully we'll see the real Trump back soon, but if not, there's going to be hell to pay. That's all I have. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. The White Hats, you said in your weekly report on May 6th, 2024, the White Hats have won the secret war for the planet Earth. We are now in an interim. However, not much will be visible to the public until preparatory work for new institutions and world norms is finished. Public announcements are likely in the autumn. Understandably, you can only report the information you find and any intel you are given, but it all starts to seem like a stall. You admit the West is still run by the Khazarian Mafia, and we are in another pause until autumn. What's changed since May of 2024, and what does your gut tell you? Can the West/Khazarian Mafia control ever be broken? With a fake Trump running interference and a top echelon of the U.S. military possibly compromised, and a multiple country war seemingly on the rise?
Well, there's clearly...
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Incorporated. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold/asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's global military alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals. Reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16 has begun. The blackout will not bring fear, it will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. B Global Currency Reset Saturday, March 14, 2026. The global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange/ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. See Saturday, March 14, 2026. Breaking. First wave of NISR/JAZARA activation. United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany and Australia are now being reported as the first nations entering the initial phase of the NISR/JAZARA transition. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram as of 4 o'clock EET on Saturday, March 14, 2026. Multiple channels claim that gold and asset-backed currencies have been activated, signaling the beginning of a major shift in the global financial architecture. Quantum Financial System, QFS, interfaces are said to be updating in real time. Legacy fiat structures are reportedly being phased out. Rainbow currencies and asset-backed units are appearing across internal banking displays. Personal financial profiles are synchronizing with the new ledger, while illegitimate debts are being cleared from the system. Financial observers describe this moment as the opening stage of a worldwide monetary reset, where transparency, asset backing, and quantum secured transactions replace the legacy banking framework. The transition has begun. The golden age era is now unfolding. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Setting up your new quantum financial system, QFS, wallet, bank account, NISR/JAZARA connected on Telegram. The quantum financial system is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. JAZARA funds are worldwide. NISR funds are for the United States citizens. April 1, 2026 is not symbolic. It is operational. After that, the system does not pause. It advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS sovereign wallet appointments begin, expected after April 1, 2026, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS sovereign wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. That silence will not be a mistake. It will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury routing systems and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before JAZARA/NISR funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out. No paper checks. No transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment. Advisors, legal contacts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official. Stay focused. Stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account, only you would. G2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, on forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God. Given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars and more wars. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it, President Donald J. Trump said. March 14, 2026. Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Strait of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Saturday, March 14, 2026. On Piers Morgan. Professor Zhang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this on mainstream outlets? Military Tribunals I. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Red alert at Naval Station Norfolk. Armed breach targets military tribunal facility. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. A serious security incident unfolded at Naval Station Norfolk after armed operatives attempted to breach a secure U.S. military tribunal complex, triggering an immediate response from Marine security units and military police. According to security reports, the coordinated operation involved multiple armed teams, cyber interference, and stolen federal credentials. The attackers attempted to penetrate restricted areas where high-level tribunal proceedings and classified evidence storage were underway. The breach began at a maintenance access gate, where a compromised identification badge belonging to a missing civilian contractor was used to gain entry. Once inside the perimeter, the attackers attempted to jam communications, disable surveillance cameras, and interfere with electronic security systems. Their main targets were Tribunal Rooms 3 and 4, where hearings tied to financial crimes, intelligence-related cases, and international trafficking investigations were reportedly taking place. Security response of the situation escalated when Marine Fast Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team units intercepted one of the groups moving toward the tribunal corridor. A brief exchange of fire occurred before the attackers retreated toward the stairwell. Other teams attempted to reach evidence archives and detainee transfer corridors, but a manual lockdown system sealed key sections of the complex before sensitive materials could be accessed. Military personnel eventually neutralized or detained several attackers, while others attempted to flee the installation. Local law enforcement assisted in intercepting escape routes around the Norfolk area. What they were targeting, investigators believe the operation aimed to disrupt tribunal proceedings and destroy critical evidence stored inside the facility. Devices recovered from suspects included encrypted drives, communication jammers, and equipment designed to destroy digital records. Officials say the targeted evidence included recorded witness testimony, classified financial ledgers, communications tied to international networks, sealed whistleblower depositions, digital archives from prior investigations. Some defendants connected to these cases had reportedly agreed to cooperate with investigators, making protection of the evidence a key priority. Lockdown and investigation. Following the breach, the tribunal zone was placed under emergency military lockdown, with additional security forces deployed across the base. Navy surveillance assets monitored surrounding areas for possible accomplices. Forensic teams are now analyzing malware traces, seized devices, and communication logs linked to the attackers. Early findings suggest the operation required advanced planning and insider knowledge of facility systems. Tribunals continued despite the attempted disruption. Officials confirmed that tribunal proceedings will continue under heightened security. Military commanders described the incident as one of the most serious attempted breaches of a U.S. military justice facility in recent years, emphasizing that protecting evidence and witnesses remains the top priority as the investigation continues. Guru Information and Intel J. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Boom. The Patriots are rising as 107, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14, 2026 roundtable. 107 on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's Prime Minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits, only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign, troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs, the chains are breaking. Shocking. This is the Second Revolutionary War, patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist bankers' schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire, escalation threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours non-stop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, Topples as Mujtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion. Just more deep state desperation. Alert. Financial Armageddon looms. 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress tests forced 60% cash in worthless bonds, balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money, gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished, external tariffs fund the republic. Property taxes skyrocket 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools, indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence, face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations, puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters' freedom mid Colorado demos, her 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brannon's arrest imminent, treason straight to Gitmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations, Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms, state-picked senators, no midterms. Yo-yo. SES and IG. Carter's deep state tools, dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals, Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5, 2026, 50th day post July 4, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory, 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all, fight on. Route Apex 11, emergency deployment, 178 units airlifted to Southeast Asian coordinates. Civilian pre-registration now open for Batch Gamma participants. Route Sentinel 5, European Great Expansion, 312 units distributed across Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary overnight. Priority Code Activation Sequence D57H-E-A-L is now live. Cross-reference with QFS Node 14 for humanitarian wallet verification. If your sovereign ID contains 2, 6, or 8, your appointment window opens in 36 hours. This information will not be repeated. Financial warfare escalation. Big Pharma Index collapsed another 11.2% at market close yesterday. Emergency board meetings reported at Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Insider sources confirm mass document shredding at 3 corporate headquarters. They are destroying evidence. It will not save them. The grid expands. The countdown continues. The healing approaches. 57 days remain. Tomorrow's drop, leaked Phase 4 activation coordinates, 250-plus cities revealed with appointment scheduling codes. On Saturday, March 14, 2026 Israel is last, checkmate, checkmate, explosive revelations, 107, Michael Jocko, and Sheila Holm unmasked the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14, 2026 Israel is last, Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed, Mr. Pool on Telegram sat. 14th of March 2026 Republican leaders on C-SPAN, as terror threats have emerged. Across the country, the very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026 Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 N.G.O. to facilitate the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026 Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that the United States has ended all aid to Somalia. Dan Scavino on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026 Fox News. California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal healthcare funds spent on services for undocumented migrants, according to federal audits. Saturday, March 14, 2026 Tom Homan just revealed Minnesota counties are letting ICE into the jails to arrest illegals. Unprecedented cooperation is now happening. They caved. Illegals are being arrested instead of being released into Minnesota. This is huge. Tom Homan did it. On Friday, March 13, 2026, Senator Chuck Schumer accidentally revealed that the real reason he doesn't want the Save America Act passed, it would purge voter rolls of illegal or ineligible voters. Democrats want to make illegals their new voting base. Saturday, March 14, 2026, a new Epstein file revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was backing ISIS through U.S.-Israeli proxies. As Paul Harvey would say, and now you know the rest of the story, Jazara on Telegram sat. March 14, 2026, surprise surprise. Boom. U.S. government, via FAA, NASA and NOAA, officially admits to spraying chemicals, manipulating weather, and altering Earth's atmosphere sat. March 14, 2026, Vigano versus the Deep Church, excommunicated for exposing hell. He named them. They erased him. Saturday, March 14, 2026, explosive, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unleashes whistleblower war on deep fraud. Patriots can earn up to 30% for exposing corruption. Saturday, March 14, 2026, shocking corruption. Federal judge blocks grand jury from investigating Federal Reserve. Piro explodes, demands impeachment. CIA. Saturday, March 14, 2026, foreign interference played an enormous role in the stolen 2020 election, as well as others. The production of fake IDs and ballots to produce voters is just one of many of the massive intrusions in our elections, as well as remote access, foreign servers, and machines built with compromised electronics, giving backdoor access to alter election outcomes. The writing is on the wall, the Trumpist on Telegram government frauds. Friday, March 13, 2026, today a federal judge blocked Trump from investigating the Federal Reserve. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Read that again. A judge just told the President of the United States he is not allowed to look inside the books of the institution that prints your money. Why? What's in those books that a federal judge would risk his entire career to protect? Here's what happened in the last 72 hours. Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve Board. First time in history. They wanted transaction records from 2009 to 2024. Within hours, Judge James Boasberg stepped in and blocked everything. Called it government overreach. The same Judge Boasberg, who oversees the FISA court. The same court that approved the illegal surveillance of Trump in 2016. The same judge. The same system. Protecting the same people. $9.7 trillion moved through the Fed's emergency lending programs between 2008 and 2023. No audit. No oversight. No names. Trump wanted the names. They said no. Now ask yourself, while the judge was protecting the Fed, what else happened? 200 Marines deployed to the Middle East. 9 drone strikes hit the UAE. 50,000 U.S. troops now in the region. The KC-135 shot down. 2 terror attacks on American soil. All in the same week the president tried to open the Fed's books. Coincidence? The Fed isn't a government institution. It's a private bank owned by families whose names appear in the same files Trump has been unsealing since January. Epstein's files. Soros's accounts. Obama's transfers. They all lead to the same building on Constitution Avenue. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 11, the war isn't overseas. The war is on Constitution Avenue. The bombs falling on Tehran are destroying the offshore accounts. The subpoenas are targeting the onshore accounts. They blocked one. They can't block both. Falling crown. Phase 5 is the Federal Reserve. The judge bought them days. Not weeks. Not months. Days. They blocked the subpoenas. They activated sleeper cells. They hit a tanker. They attacked a synagogue. All to protect one building. It won't be enough. People may wonder why they were closing down the world for 10 or so days while the global military alliance headed by President Trump made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites. It's because those deep state elites have control of the world's 209-nation coup plan to save the world. Martial law has been declared worldwide, with military tribunals activated under emergency powers according to President Trump. The U.S. constitutional republic has been restored, with the new U.S. Treasury located in Temple, Texas. Washington, D.C. was now the Washington Military District. The deep state cabal's crime syndicate government has been dismantled. Last night, Thursday, March 12, 2026, a Special Forces military unit raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. That was the beginning of the end for the deep state cabal. Their crimes have been happening uncontrolled for a very long time. Back on Thursday, September 11, 2014, I wrote the below article about some of those deep state elites. The Netherlands. Mark Rutte, officials of the Canadian, Dutch, Australian, UK and US military and governments including the USA's CIA, plus prominent government ministers, judges, politicians, businessmen and celebrities in the US, UK, Belgium, Holland, Canada, Australia, France, and Ireland. Judy note on other news for today. The Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States, Executive Director of the Oversight Project Mike Howell testimony before Congress on Thursday, March 12, 2026. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Mexican drug cartels and Muslim Brotherhood networks were feeding the deep state Satan-worshipping shadow government. Under Trump's leadership of the global military alliance, all were collapsing like dominoes. Airports were seeing hours-long delays due to TSA shortages as Homeland Security lockdown sees no signs of ending. The Democrats have refused to budget Homeland Security, so airport employees were refusing to show up because they were not getting paid and needed to earn money elsewhere to support their families. Bohemian Grove, California tunnels run across the country, under major cities and clear to Washington, D.C. under the new ballroom Trump personally funded and built right on top. Dated January 1, 2024 has thousands of signatures of generals and admirals saying, "We will fight until two-tier justice ends." Election fraud. We already have it all: mirrored servers, quantum evidence, every fake ballot, every crime from 2020 through 2024 has been nailed. Voting machines made to throw in elections were dead. Paper ballots, hand counts, same-day voting coming. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, the quantum financial system will be formally unveiled. The fundamentals of this system as well as actions that any citizen can take to start utilizing it will be revealed in a worldwide broadcast that is securely transmitted via the Quantum Communication Network. The QFS operates on synchronized quantum nodes impervious to manipulation, interference and surveillance. No current supercomputer can crack the level of security provided by quantum encryption, which secures every transaction, account, and asset. This is financial sovereignty for everyone, not just the wealthy. In Saturday's demonstration, you'll discover how to get into your biometric assigned account and observe how rainbow tokens work as actual, gold-backed value. You will comprehend the reasons behind the phase-out of every antiquated technique, including fiat money, third-party processors, and credit networks. Tomorrow's demonstration will feature real-time, secure and instantaneous international transfers that are carried out without the need for banks, apps, or approval delays. Humanitarian initiatives will be funded in a matter of seconds. Blocked assets will be reactivated and redirected to the individuals. Most significantly, you will witness how corruption at its source is prevented from affecting your identity, wealth, and future. This is the end of the days of financial slavery, hidden taxes, and weaponized inflation. Judy note high alert, the below is a plea. On Monday, March 9, 2026, insiders confirmed the final activation phase was locked in, with the quantum financial system fully live in mirroring every bank account across the planet to gold-backed currency. The global currency reset was live across all 209 sovereign nations. On Thursday, March 12, 2026, the final sequence phase activated, with a 48-hour countdown to worldwide blackout and 10-day stay-at-home under global military alliance. Prepare. Pray. Friday, March 13, 2026, final sequence confirmed, global martial law lockdown, EBS overriding every screen, phone, radio and internet feed worldwide. For the next 3 days the EBS broadcasts loop undeniable evidence, 8-hour documentaries airing in loops 24/7 expose the deep state's pedophile networks, child trafficking rings run from the Vatican, election fraud. On Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Trump invites patriots to Washington, D.C. to unleash his epic Independence Day event, National Rededication to God, 49 Days of Prayer to July 4, 250th. He unveils the reborn republic under QFS gold standard. Freedom dawns brighter than ever. The Democratic Party lies in ruins, exposed as the cabal's puppet arm, never to rise again. Early April 2026, NESR launch, plus global emergency broadcast and global lockdown lasting 10 to 12 days, asking everyone to stay home during a specific 5-hour window where comprehensive documentaries would be shown across all stations that enlighten the masses on recent events. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Early April 2026. Jazar exchanges. Sources linked to U.S. Treasury offices report that the first Jazar exchanges are scheduled for early April 2026. Authorized Tier 4B. Participants are already receiving preparation alerts. At the redemption centers, biometric verification confirms identity before asset-backed exchanges for ZIM, dinar, and dong. Participants will receive a quantum-linked card connected to their QFS wallet. Security is strict and every transaction is recorded on the quantum ledger. Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Breaking: we're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. The first week in April was when the general public would be notified to set up their QFS money accounts. Friday, March 13, 2026. U.S. debt clock. Breaking news: $5.5 trillion banking scam exposed. The Fed and 50 state credit union banks face off to free America from debt serfdom. Friday, March 13, 2026. Breaking alert: the United States just passed a bill to ban the Fed from creating a central bank digital currency straight after the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers Federal Reserve was caught in a $5.5 trillion banking scam. They lost again when Congress banned them from creating a central bank digital currency. A central bank digital currency might sound modern and convenient, but behind the sleek name hides a dangerous idea: full government control over your transactions. Unlike Bitcoin or other decentralized cryptocurrencies, a CBDC would be entirely controlled by the state. That means your ability to spend, transfer, or save could be monitored, limited, or frozen, all with the flip of a switch. Judy note: we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Twos. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement: President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, Clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Thursday, March 12, 2026. Mike Howell testimony before Congress. I currently serve as the Executive Director of the Oversight Project and previously served at DHS and on Capitol Hill conducting oversight of immigration matters. I testify that Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the constitutional Republic of the United States. The United States of America is still reeling from the worst border invasion in its history. This invasion could not have been accomplished without a colossal partnership with the NGO community. Simply put, the government just did not have the capacity to get this many people in and around the country without the support of the nonprofits. And to that end, they gave them almost $6 billion to a conglomerate of UN agencies and over 200 NGOs to do just that. The Oversight Project has led the way in exposing what I call this border industrial complex. We did the first of its kind study where we tracked illegal aliens by their cell phones as they went through these nonprofits at the border. In just a 1-month period, tracking 30,000 devices, a very small subset of the 10 million that Biden has had cross the border. We found out that the illegals went to nearly every single congressional district in the United States. We proved that every town was indeed a border town. In other words, the United Nations' ultimate goal is to take down the United States government along with its proxy, the Democrat Party, a constitutional Republic of Canada, the only way to Canadian sovereignty. No referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1,931 liters. Friday, March 13, 2026. Super soldiers alive, cartel hammer drops and Jubilee reset incoming. Sheila Holm, the researcher whose books armed President Trump with the real truth, unleashes fire. Epstein files are detonating worldwide. Former Norwegian premier arrested yesterday straight from the client list. Hyatt Hotel's head, confirmed pedo, vanished after resigning. He's running but Space Force tracks every move. Arrests were accelerating hourly. Politicians, CEOs, Hollywood scum sweating bullets as tribunals fire up. Trump's immovable trap was genius. He let the left scream for files while military held the kill switch. Q's misinformation necessary played out perfectly. Biggest sting ever. Epstein likely flipped, cooperating with white hats. Spotted alive, long hair and beard. Ghislaine fronted for Mossad puppet master dad Robert Maxwell, fake name, running global blackmail with kids, adrenochrome, satanic torture, all taped. Politicians owned. Now flipped. Briggs overflowing. Military justice, no pensions, just ropes for traitors. Explosive reveal, 83 SEAL Team 6 dead in staged crash post Bin Laden. Alive. Super soldiers. Memory wiped since 2014, witnesses to Hillary Obama Benghazi gunrunning. Texas. D.C. now Washington Military District. Crime syndicate government dismantled. Divine feminine rises, mama bears, widows marching. Christ consciousness awakens. No more Constantine fake religion. Truth simple. Quantum manifestation direct to source. Flood hits pre-midterms, traitors in Gitmo force election delay. Pray hard through May 17. Divine burn can end Sodom overnight. Greatest story ever told, Satan's empire falls, humanity reclaims Eden. We win. They'll lose. Bigly. Wars, wars and rumors of wars. Friday, March 13, 2026. Secretary of War on Operation Epic Fury. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones are being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%, and as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Friday, March 13, 2026. Jesse Waters on Fox News, sees Karg Island, and it's game over for Iran's terror regime. Karg Island, essentially the country's cash register. If we seize it, it's over. Friday, March 13, 2026, not a single Iranian military vessel is operating in any major regional waterways after the U.S. military destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval assets. The Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective, so the U.S. military is focusing its sights on dismantling Iran's missile production facilities, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Friday, March 13, 2026. Trump drops the hammer. U.S. law enforcement now has eyes on every single Iranian terror sleeper cell in America. We know where most are. We have our eyes on all of them. These radical invaders flooded our borders under Sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in history, but President Trump is already hunting them down at a level the deep state has never seen. Freedom Media on Telegram. Friday, March 13, 2026. Joe Rogan just called this war insane. He's right. But not for the reason he thinks. Rogan told 200 million listeners on WED, Trump supporters feel betrayed. This seems insane. He's not wrong. It does seem insane. Unless you know what's under Isfahan. What the media won't tell Rogan. Right now, as you read this, U.S. Special Forces are preparing a ground operation to breach the underground tunnels beneath Isfahan, Iran. Not to destroy them. To seize what's inside. 84 metric tons of highly enriched uranium. Enough to build 14 nuclear warheads. But that's not what Trump wants. Beneath the uranium, 3 levels deeper, is a vault built in 2014. With $2.3 billion from the Obama administration. Inside that vault, $127 billion in gold bars. Stolen from Libya in 2011. Routed through Qatar. Hidden by the same network that moved Epstein's money. Financial records connecting the Clinton Foundation, the Federal Reserve, and 14 sitting members of Congress to a money laundering operation that ran from 2009 to 2023. And a server. One server. Containing every communication between the deep state and Iran's Revolutionary Guard for 15 years. That is why this war is happening. Not oil. Not nukes. Not territory. Evidence. Trump told Axios yesterday, there's practically nothing left to target. He's right. The military targets are gone. What's left is underground. And you don't bomb evidence. You send men to carry it out. Rogan will understand soon. When those files surface, and they will. Every name will be public. Every dollar traced. Every lie exposed. The people calling this war insane will realize it was the most calculated military operation in American history. 12 days. That's all it took to dismantle a regime that 5 presidents protected for 45 years. Not because they couldn't destroy it. Because they were partners. Trump isn't the one who betrayed his supporters. The last 5 presidents betrayed the entire country. Trump is the first one cleaning it up. Red circle emoji, domino 1, Venezuela. Fallen, red circle emoji, domino 2, Iran. Fallen. Red circle emoji, domino 3, Cuba. Falling, black circle emoji, domino 4, the files are coming out of the ground. Israel is last Friday, March 13, 2026. Douglas McGregor warns that if nuclear weapons are used in Iran, it will be done by Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. He says Netanyahu is getting desperate because Iran is refusing to submit to his demands. McGregor says Netanyahu is in total control of the U.S. government through Zionist billionaires. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. Friday, March 13, 2026. Julian Assange. The goal is to use Israel, Venezuela and Ukraine to wash money out of the U.S. and European taxpayers and back into the hands of transnational elite. The goal is an endless war, not a successful war. Guru information and intel. P. Friday, March 13, 2026. 107. Mass arrests, secret raids and the final purge has begun. 107. JFK Jr., on Telegram. Patriots, the storm isn't coming, it's here, raging full force across the shadows where the deep state once hid. 107. The legendary Voice of Truth dropped absolute firebombs in his latest explosive discussion alongside Roseanne Barr in 107. The veil is ripping apart, and what's emerging is pure victory for we the people. Roseanne Barr, America's awakened mom, laid it bare, both parties are compromised, owned by foreign entities that despise our Constitution. The PSYOP is massive, MK Ultra mind control straight from Operation Paperclip Nazis, turning the public into hypnotized prey. They've targeted the youth, erasing love of liberty, brainwashing them with endless digital distractions. Pyramid Ponzi scheme. Lloyds of London tried to choke shipping through the Straits, thinking they'd crash energy markets and punish America. Trump flipped the script, warships escorting tankers, U.S. as the insurer. Oil spiked to 115 then cratered back down. Their plan obliterated. Iran's tyrant fell, generals wiped out on Purim, divine timing. Hezbollah's 300,000 missiles aimed at Israel dismantled. Iran held hostage by vampire elites, but the people are rising, fastest growing Christian population exploding there. Trump put boots on the ground, not for endless war like Nam, but to clean house fast, free the people, and get out. Global distractions, North Korea, Ukraine, Central Africa, checked off so the real focus hits home, election fraud, treason, the great unraveling. Mass arrests are alive. Elite troops vanishing high-value targets. In black vents at 3 a.m., Gitmo flights overloaded. Over 3.7 million deep state traitors already detained across 32 countries. Sealed indictments unsealing like fireworks. The global military alliance coordinates it all. Troops deployed nationwide, martial law whispers growing louder. 10 days of darkness imminent. EBS override coming to expose child trafficking. Roseanne's new show drops soon, big win for America's Story, Randy Quaid channeling 107 vibes, pure comedy truth bombs to decompress the tension while waking the masses. She calls them energy vampires, ghouls thinking they're smarter than God. Hilarious delusion. Stronger. Prayer shortcuts the devil, keep praying together, blinders removed, truth crystal clear. The battlefield. Not just Iran or streets, it's the mind, the soul of America. Conspiracies aren't theories anymore, old ones prove true daily. January 6th insurrection lay forced indoctrination in schools. But patriots see through it. 84% of MAGA stands rock solid behind Trump, no propaganda splits us. Hold the line, Enans. Dark before dawn, but golden age ahead. God wins, we're on his team. The final purge sweeps the cabal into hell where they belong. Trump receives divine downloads, brilliant moves collapsing their empire. The Great Awakening explodes into the great unraveling of their broken system. Rebuild it for everyone, not the few. Trust the plan. WWG1G. The freight train cannot be stopped. Mass arrests, secret raids, the final purge has begun. Q Friday, March 13, 2026. Swan 07 unleashes Trump bombshell. March 13, 2026. Sheila Holm confirms military tribunals incoming for satanic deep state cabal as white hats execute their plan and the children are finally saved. 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Patriots. The storm has broken wide open on March 13, 2026 when 107 dropped explosive Trump breaking news alongside Sheila Holm on Patriots across the pond, revealing that military tribunals are incoming right now. John Brennan was the first high-profile traitor heading into custody on sealed grand jury indictments for treason and crimes against humanity. Hillary Clinton's inner circle, including her campaign manager, face the same fate as the latest Epstein file dumps expose the full satanic network reaching straight into the Vatican. The Vatican panicked and burned millions of documents in hours, plus the British royals were scrambling to hide their island trafficking horrors. The rigged 2020 and attempted 2024 elections by Serbian servers, Chinese paper ballots and Cuban Venezuelan operatives were blocked by military operations. This allowed Trump to win. Now the full reckoning hits with foreign actors rounded up. Guantanamo tribunals await the traitors. No more civilian slaps on the wrist for those who sold out America, and the children trafficked by these monsters will see true justice as the satanic New World Order crumbles in real time. The deep state was in total panic, their distractions failing, their archways powerless against collective prayer and awakened masses. Quanons, get tight with the Father and stand firm in your local lane. Support patriots running for office and trust that the white hats have it all under control. The greatest comeback in history is unfolding. The storm is here. The tribunals or live in America rises stronger than ever as a beacon of God-given freedom, righteousness and prosperity for the entire world. Where we go one, we go all. The victory is already won and the best days are now. R. Friday, March 13, 2026. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram, Gitmo, tribunals and prepare for hell to be unleashed. Patriots, the storm has broken wide open and the deep state is in full panic mode right now in March 2026. Gitmo is massively expanding underground bunkers, filling up fast as military tribunals gear up to deliver swift, fiery justice to the cabal traitors who betrayed America for decades. White hat forces are strategically dismantling the globalist empire. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba all crumbling under pressure. The cartels, the Muslim Brotherhood networks feeding the shadow government, everything collapsing like dominoes. This is surgical precision, not endless war. Israel struck key Iranian leadership with full U.S. support. Quick, clean, devastating. Strait of Hormuz secured America first. No more bowing to Lloyd's of London globalist insurance. Britain humiliated, back down fast. Trump told them handle your own messes. Patriots are roaring. Dan Scavino releases our Pure Fire Super Hornet jets from the elite war party squadron, the Golden Warriors, honoring Native American spirit fighters. Patches show the Indian hatchet slicing the snake head clean off, symbolic destruction of the deep state serpent. Owls hunted down. Military accountability letter, January 1, 2024. Thousands of signatures, generals, admirals included. We will fight until two-tier justice ends. 1 year 9 months later, tribunals accelerating at Quantico. No pensions, no mercy for traitors. Georgia Guidestones obliterated at 4:03 and 33 seconds. Lightning from heaven first, then military precision. Their depopulation. Shrine 500 million slaves agenda crushed forever. Hopi elders warned they build manufacturing then destroy it. All part of the satanic plan now reversed. The Father directs every step. Warriors, keep eyes open and pray without ceasing. Surrender fully, miracles unfold. Dark to light, God wins big. The Republic returns purified under divine fire. Hold the line, the best is yet to come. WWG1GS. What we think we know as of Saturday, March 14, 2026 : Thursday, March 12, 2026. The largest takedown of medical fraudsters just happened. They arrested 324 doctors, nurses, and medical professionals that are responsible for $14.6 billion in scams. Gitmo TV on Telegram free. March 13, 2026. Breaking military intel: Pentagon deploys 2,500 U.S. Marines to Middle East in direct response to Iranian threats. March 13, 2026. Friday, March 13, 2026. Bombshell report: 31 states defy the skies. America, led by RFK Jr., moves to ban geoengineering. 31 U.S. states have introduced legislation to ban geoengineering and toxic weather modification programs, backed by the Trump administration. And a newly vocal HHS under Robert F. Kennedy Jr., this is not just a political shift, it's an environmental reckoning. This long-form investigative piece exposes the science, the cover-up, the public health fallout, and the constitutional violations behind decades of atmospheric experimentation. America is reclaiming its skies. Scott Besson on Telegram free. March 13, 2026. Senate blocks Save America citizenship voting law. Friday, March 13, 2026. Democrats just blocked another vote to fund and fully reopen DHS with a 51-46 vote, while the U.S. faces potential terror threats due to the conflict in the Middle East. It's going straight to your brain. Friday, March 13, 2026. Breaking: 4 U.S. service members killed in KC-135 refueling aircraft crash in western Iraq. CENTCOM confirms de-election fraud. Thursday, March 12, 2026. This is the fix in Arizona elections. Penske trucks full of ballots were followed to run back election services with no observers or chain of custody. When an election audit company tried to get Runback's records and videos to prove chain of custody, observers, and voter roll information, an Arizona judge denied the request. Why wouldn't Runbeck just turn it over to prove their case in the first place? Another red flag is when Arizona state election officials were asked about the Penske trucks, they said something completely different, in that they were moving equipment and chairs, never mentioning Runbeck or what they do or ballots. There is something a lot bigger transpiring here. And it goes all the way to the top of Arizona's government. The Arizona sheriff is said to have even been installed, not elected, by a well-funded Soros-funded campaign as well. Friday, March 13, 2026, saying illegal aliens are not voting in U.S. elections is like saying the border was secured during the 4 years of Joe Biden. It turns out that 10,000 illegal aliens, using the exact same social security number, voted in the Arizona November 3, 2020 general election. Just ask Adrian Fontes, he was the one who registered them. The White House on Telegram. Friday, March 13, 2026, Georgia State Senator Greg Dolezal exposes all the irregularities and fraud in the Fulton County, Georgia, stolen 2020 election. The Schiff on Telegram. 39,141 ballots cast with questionable authenticity. Ballot images were deleted. 6.8 M absentee ballot requests sent unsolicited. 3,930 double scan ballots, Fulton County. Ballot counts never matched after multiple counts. Mobile voting units deployed. Test ballots included in recount process. Drop boxes were invented out of thin air. 160 registered to vote from a single UPS store. 2,138 registered to vote from one church. 1,391 registered to vote from a 1,000 square feet location. Thousands still registered with invalid addresses. Fulton County voter rolls filled with illegal voters. 12K challenged voters removed from voter rolls. 9.5K challenged voters updated address outside FC. 25K plus challenged voters proven invalid. 2020 election. Biden's margin of victory was only 11,779 votes. Trump won Georgia in the 2020 election. V. Friday, March 13, 2026. The killer vax. Ever wonder why? Friday, March 13, 2026. Americans have had enough of radical Muslims in their country. Here's what jihadis have done in the U.S. in the last week. One shoots up a bar in Austin, shoots 14. Another one lights a Molotov cocktail and throws it at Christians in New York City. Another one throws a nail bomb or shrapnelite at Christians in New York City. Another one tries to bomb a Southwest flight going from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale. Another one throws another Eid shouting Allahu Akbar at a protest near Gracie Mansion in New York City. Another one makes a bomb threat and forces a plane to land in Atlanta. Another one drops a bomb threat at Kansas City Airport. And the DHS is reporting that jihadi threats against churches across the U.S. right now are completely exploding. Radical Islam, for some reason, is the one religion that the left will fight for until their dying breath, for whatever reason, and Christianity is somehow always the problem. Funny how that works. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram.
As now, by now, a critical mass of humanity is aware, Western civilization got hijacked by a satanic cult. And this goes back thousands of years, and this cult is in the process of being overthrown. Take a look at this event in Iran where they're burning an effigy of Baal to see what I'm talking about. Now, it's not just Iran. I mean, the whole world at this point is aware of the nature of this cult. And there is an international movement. I mean, the Chinese are fully aware of what they're dealing with now. So are the Russians, the Russian Orthodox Church, and a critical mass within the Western military-industrial complex, the intelligence agencies, understands that their top ranks have been compromised by this cult. Now, as the next step, let's see what the Alexander Dugin, speaking for Russia, has to say about the situation. There can be no doubt that the current paradigm is collapsing, but the question is, what do we do about it? And the answer is not going to be easy. Last week, I was offered a huge amount of money by the Chinese to help rebuild the Western system, but I did not accept it because, first of all, who am I? Why should I be me? So instead, what we're going to have to do, and this is what has been negotiated behind the scenes and we're hoping to make it happen. We'll replace the blackmailed pedophile Keir Starmer as the Chancellor of the Prime Minister of the UK, and replace him with Nigel Farage, who's a genuine, talented individual. And at that point, we will call for a new Bretton Woods agreement. So, in full public scrutiny, under full public scrutiny, we will work on replacing the current system. It's not going to be another secret thing where a document is passed and no, it's got to be done in public, and this is going to be a big process. But what I think the conclusion is, and I remember when I first appeared to talk about this stuff on Jeff Rent's about 20 years ago, I said that if Jesus Christ was alive today, the first thing he would do would be to unplug the mainframes at the Federal Reserve Board. And I still think that is the truth. We don't want a system based on numbers put into computers that then control us through mathematical formulas. That's not how we want to manage our civilization. But that's what's happening. And I'll show you let's take a look now at the Pam Bondi hearings to show you what I mean. First, listen to California Representative Ted Lieu confront Bondi.
I love this.
So that again is the fake Trump, because there is a real Trump who's a very different individual who worked with the White Hats and who's not with, you have to understand that. It's like you have two different studios, each with their own Batman. We have two different studios, each with their own Trump. If you can't wrap your head around this, you're not going to figure out what's going on. Okay, in any case, the Epstein hearings in the U.S. government was mostly kabuki, in the sense that you didn't see names like Rockefeller or Rothschild appear. They didn't talk about because they're trying to limit it, and they're most of them are involved on both sides. So that's why they're pulling their punches. Nonetheless, I think Representative Massey is not one of these individuals. Take a look at what he has to say.
Chairman, behind me I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? So
there you have the Department of Justice deliberately releasing the list of people who risk their lives to testify against these criminals while hiding the names of these criminals. And this shows you that they're all in cahoots. But more important is listen to Bondi's answer. She basically says, well, the Dow Jones is at $50,000. They're saying, hey, look, okay, we've got this magic money machine, and we're going to, pump up your 401ks with all this magic money. So why do you have to worry about... The thing is, though, their money machine is no longer affecting the real economy. They publish nothing but lies. For example, they recently published a jobs report that was supposed to be better than expected, 130,000 new jobs added, when in fact, if you take away the mathematical seasonal adjustment magic, you find that 2.65 million people became newly unemployed. So it's all falling apart, and their lies about the system are not going to work. And the other thing is that in order to guard their magic monetary system, they have been systematically murdering talented people. I was just reading about how they now show that Kurt Cobain of the band Nirvana was murdered. Well, he's just one of many. Bob Marley was murdered because he was a non-Khazarian non-European leader. The same with Bruce Lee. He was murdered because he was not part of their cult, and they don't like talented people who are not part of their cult. The same with President John F. Kennedy, who was a Catholic. Martin Luther King. They've been doing this systematically to try to stay in power, and that's why they really do need to face justice. And again, the alternative to this system is one that has been worked out through trial and error over hundreds of years. It started with Nazi Germany. Okay, never mind the Holocaust, which is a burnt offering to Satan of assimilated Jews by other, satanic Jews. Let's leave that part aside. Everyone got a Volkswagen. They built the Autobahn highway system. They had television, phones, all sorts of stuff brought to you without debt or taxes by having the government issue money. And they radically raised the standards of living, of the German people. Now, the same thing happened in Japan after World War II. They set up a system of future planning. They had an economic planning agency, and they had decades of double-digit growth. And until the system started being taken apart by the Khazarian mafia, after murdering countless prime ministers and bureaucrats and stuff. But by 1985, they had the highest standard of living on Earth and the least gap between the rich and the poor in any of the OECD countries, the developed countries. And that system was taken apart. However, in the 1980s, or was it 70s, I think, Deng Xiaoping, the leader of China, went to Japan. He visited the founder of Panasonic, Matsushita Konosuke, and learned the system that had led to Japanese success. And that's what the Chinese have done. That's why, for example, in 2024, a single Chinese company produced more ships than the entire United States did in the 80 years after World War II. So what we're talking about is implementing an improved version of this system for economic management of the West, and then switching the Western civilization's long-term goal from creating a world capital in Jerusalem to one of helping increase the amount and variety of life, including human life. That would be our long-term goal, but we would once again be the good guys. That's what we're fighting for, and that's why it has to be done in public with an international conference like Bretton Woods, so everybody's on board, or at least as many people as possible, so that we can accomplish the greatest good for the greatest number. That's what we're fighting for, but until the Chinese New Year's ends in March, we're going to watch this system continue to fall apart. And if I'm reading I read the comments in different sites, and basically, we're very close to all these people being dragged out of their houses and hung from the nearest lamppost. That's where it's getting to, so we better act quick. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. There was one last thing I forgot to mention. We saw Elon Musk hallucinating about building giant AI factories on the moon. This is an example of how they've been taking their magic money and pumping it through people like him, but it's not really, producing the results. And he's freaking out because he's about to lose this magic money machine that makes him the so-called richest man on Earth, when in fact, in normal business practice, he would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. And never mentioned being arrested for fraud, which is true of a lot of these people. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the whole Epstein files and the, quote, code words do you believe when referring to, quote, jerky?
Next question.
Hi, Ben. That being said, do you believe that Satan exists? You often talk about the world being run by Satanists. Do you believe that this is really a spiritual warfare and that there's some sort of benefit that these elites are getting by performing these rituals?
Well, they themselves actually believe that Satan is real. They will get a lot of money or power or something. But even if you don't have to invoke the supernatural. You can just think of it as a kind of cultural phenomenon, a kind of a multi-generational group mind that functions as Satan. So, you don't have to bring in anything interdimensional, although that may well exist. It's just this collective group mind among very high level, the elite, that is the problem, and that can, that can be defined as Satan. Next question.
Evan, could you elaborate on how you think we can pay off these massive debts without giving more money to the criminals who indebted us in the first place?
Yeah, we have to have a jubilee. That means we have to completely reboot the entire financial system, and then we start by inventorying the real stuff, land and buildings and factories and gold and stuff like that, to come up with a new system that's actually controlled by the people and is used for the people. So it's not a question of borrowing from these people again. No, we don't want debt slavery anymore. The whole thing will have to be rebooted, and that's why we need a big conference to work this out. This is not going to be done by a small group of people in secret. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. There is a theory that people like Andrew Jackson, many former presidents, and their partners but changed their identities throughout history, basically immortal. One example of this is that if you take a photo of Andrew Jackson and Jeffrey Epstein, as well as Andrew Jackson's wife and Ghislaine Maxwell, they look almost identical. Do you think that there's anything to these theories?
I don't know, but I'll be honest. They used to put out a picture that showed me looking like Benjamin Franklin, and I think that there's. We are part of a single genetic line going back, from the beginning of life on Earth, and I think a lot of us inherit the mantle or try to, inherit the spirit of these people. So. Because my name is Benjamin, when I was a kid, I read a lot about Benjamin Franklin. I admired him, and I tried to, live a life similar to his. And I think that's what's going on. A lot of us, for example, admire President Jackson and wish to, continue his work. But the faces are similar because we're all, share the same genetics. But overall, I think this is something that needs more scientific study so we can get, find out more about the real truth of this whole thing. But, it's us as a species fighting over how we navigate into the future, and that's the real battle, and that is being multi-generational, and it's also spiritual. But I think the forces of light have finally won. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next 5. This week we will start with a scoop we have, which is that we find out that Justin Trudeau, or Justin Trudeau as we know it, has been kicked out of Costa Rica, where he fled after losing power in Canada, and he is now in Cuba, where he has been given a diplomatic passport. So, maybe in this topsy-turvy world that we have, he's going to grow a beard and take over from his father as dictator for life of Cuba, since he failed to become dictator for life of Canada. But anyway, that's something that I think we're the first to get. But anyway, that's the news there. I expect that many other leaders will be looking for a place like Cuba to flee to soon. For example, we believe Brigitte Macron is on his or her last legs, and for a little update on that, take a look at this little clip from Candace Owens.
The inexcusable.
That's great. Now, in the meantime, but the only thing is, nothing. I keep being told nothing is going to happen until September. In the meantime, the two factions in the sort of political soap opera that we think is our government have been throwing mud at each other, and it's been very entertaining, but not that revealing. So, for example, the New York Times has written 50 articles between July 16th and July 23rd about Epstein Island. I haven't read them, but I guarantee you that they're full of the word Trump, but you won't find any mention of Bill Clinton or anyone else. So it's not like they're suddenly, see the light and no, they're just infighting. And we notice that President Donald Trump is now formally asking for the prosecution of Barack Hussein Obama and his cabinet for election stealing. Now, personally, we think Obama should have been arrested in 2020. But anyway, it would be good to see Barack Obama and all those people arrested. And, as people have said before, powerful men have powerful drives, and that's what the authorities are going after. They're not going after anything else. So, there are a lot of other things happening too, apart from the drama, which is kind of cycling in a repetitive pattern in the U.S. news. And there's a lot of things they are not reporting. So, for example, we got sent a letter that shows that Jerome Powell has resigned as head of the Federal Reserve Board. I don't see that in the news anywhere, but we have this letter, we have heard he has resigned. So why isn't that in the news? Another thing that's not in the news is that Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba of Japan has resigned. Again, they're pretending it didn't happen. But without Japan and their money, the United States system as it now exists cannot continue. And it will not. It has to be rebooted. We need a jubilee. We need a complete overhaul. Now, another thing that's not in the news is the collapse of Europe that's ongoing. I've been contacted by Polish intelligence, and they say that the process of dividing up the Ukraine is well underway. Under the latest I've heard is that Poland and Lithuania will join to form a new country. The other Baltic states will rejoin the Russian Federation, and large parts of the Ukraine will go to Hungary and Romania. So maybe there'll be nothing left of that country. So that's something that's not in the news. And we have, lawless zones in various cities that were created by the old government. Again, all that's going to go down. So we are witnessing a complete regime change. And again, this is not about, infighting. This is something much bigger. Now, what the cabal or the Khazarian mafia, as I call it, are now trying to argue is that if we release the Epstein list, the very fabric of civilization will be endangered. Well, yeah, that's the whole idea, because the civilization, or the so-called civilization we have now, is a system of privately owned Babylonian debt slavery that is, making it so that people don't want to have children. The money is being stolen from the masses for a tiny unelected elite, and the economy is going down the drain while China's out competing us, and soon we're all going to be, with our begging bowls going to China unless we get our act together. So this is what it's about. So we've got to keep our eyes on the big picture and get away from the political soap opera that we're all watching. Now, the other thing is, there's so many fake leaders out there now. I've forensically identified 3 different people pretending to be Donald Trump, and I know people just still have trouble wrapping their heads around it. But there is a real Donald Trump who's not a pedophile and who is trying to clean up the system. But the cabal have their own actor pretending to be Donald Trump, saying things that are designed to ruin the Trump brand. So you got to remember that. There's a fake Trump out there. Don't mix the two together. If you can distinguish that, and you realize the real Donald Trump is fighting for the American people and to make America great again, understand that. And it's not the Trump who's fighting to make Israel great again. And Israel is going down. It's lost its war with Iran big time, and now they just lost another battle with Turkey. They're militarily unable to do anything, and the U.S. military is not going to fight any more wars on their behalf. Now, the other thing that maybe hasn't crossed people's radars, but there is fighting between Thailand and Cambodia. And this has nothing to do with Thailand and Cambodia. This is a proxy war between the United States and China. And I understand that the Black Hole group that controls the Pentagon are simply saying they're going to keep causing trouble and mayhem until some sort of world republic is announced. So that's why they're trying to do that. But there is a serious proxy war going on there that people may not be aware of. But overall, right now, things are in a holding pattern and will continue that way, at least in the Western world, until September. That's what we're hearing. But I think the things to watch for is the actual public arrest of Barack Obama, the fall of the Macron regime, and then the subsequent resignations of leaders in various European countries, and the return of the real Donald Trump to the White House after this strange interlude that started in June. And we're seeing signs that the real Trump is back, and he's out there finally going after the Clintons, who are basically Rockefellers. In other words, he has to go after the Hitler bloodline. That's Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, all those people. They need to be removed. This is definitely a high priority. But again, all I'm hearing is that we're going to watch the two sides throw mud at each other throughout the summer, and it won't matter because the big moves are coming after September. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ben, we have our first question for today. Do you have information about the progress/reality of the USA Republic being reinstated and replacing the USA Corporation?
Yeah, what I'm still hearing is that they're going to have to bankrupt the Federal Reserve Board, which is the actual owner of the U.S. corporation, and then a new entity will be created. But it requires a major purge of the elite before that can happen. Otherwise, it'll just be the same thing all over again. And so that's what's going to happen first. So again, we want to see people like Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama in handcuffs, and Keir Starmer of the UK, these people in handcuffs. That's what we need first before the Republic can be restored. But it will happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Would like to offer up a theory based on tangible evidence of what Europe and the Middle East seem to be doing to ready themselves for the war against Russia. Cargo planes, especially from Europe, have been flying into unknown sanctuary cities like LA, Denver, New York, etc. The countries spotted are Canada, England, France, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, Turkey, Hungary, and Saudi Arabia. My theory is that they are distributing the illegals where needed and training them militarily to fight on their behalf. It does not address your point of the war material deficit the West has in this fight, however, unless there is material along with manpower on those planes. Given the vast expense of relocating, feeding, housing, etc., these illegals, it's hard to imagine they won't come into play at some point. This is only a guess, but it's been going on regularly since the start of the year. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, there's consistent reports that millions of military-age males have been brought in to Europe and North America in the recent years, and that arms stashes have been prepared for them. However, you need to understand that a disorganized mob with handguns is not going to be able to do anything against the real military with tanks and serious equipment. So they are going to try to foment trouble. This is well known. It's already been seen in Los Angeles and Chicago and Berlin and other places. But they just physically are not going to be able to do that. What I think, and I'm hoping that what's really going on is that an international force is going to get ready to arrest the pedophiles, the blackmailed pedophiles who have stolen democracy in the West. That's what I'm hoping, but we're keeping our eyes on the situation. But militarily speaking, they cannot do much. They don't have tanks. They don't have the equipment. All they can do is cause a bit of mayhem before they get rounded up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why are you spreading misinformation about U.S. aircraft carriers? Your Space Force sources seem to be feeding you fake information. In the past, these sources have contradicted things which have turned out to be wrong. I've held multiple clearances and have worked on projects that your fake Space Force sources are wrong about. Is your Space Force informant a single individual? If so, they might be trying to mislead you.
It's possible. In fact, yeah, they have sent me stuff that is later proven to be wrong, but that's part of the intelligence world. You get information, and then you try to find more confirmation, and sometimes it turns out to be wrong, and sometimes it turns out to be right. But my information about the U.S. Aircraft carriers does not come from the Space Force. I just use I did get sent photographs of these ships that were obviously destroyed, definitely the USS Eisenhower, and more important is that they have completely disappeared from the news cycle. If they were still out there, attacking, we would have reports, but there's no evidence that they're still there. And military experts will tell you that aircraft carriers are white elephants. They're militarily out of date. They shouldn't be out in the oceans because a hypersonic missile can destroy them. The days when you needed to put planes on a boat and then ship them across the world to reach the target are long gone. It's all hypersonic missiles now. So if we had a rational military, they would mothball the entire aircraft carrier fleet, and modernize their military with missiles and drones and this sort of stuff, which is what modern warfare has evolved into. But I don't have a single Space Force source, although there is one key individual who I have visited this person. I've seen pictures of this person with most U.S. presidents in the post-war era, and there's a lot I can't talk about him, but he's definitely the real deal and does have serious connections. But yeah, it's sometimes the information is wrong, and when I find that out, I put out a correction. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you please comment on how Canada can be freed from Mark's carnage and his globalist regime?
Mark Carney is an apparatchik. He is just a cog in the wheel, and when things at the top change, he'll follow the new orders. I don't think he's the problem. He's just a placekeeper for the old system, and he's gonna, follow the changes when they come in September. That's what I understand. Now, if he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll be removed. But yeah, Canada and the United States and the UK all need fundamental regime change, because what's happened is that slowly, our democracies were subverted, and that is not a way to run a country, because they're, causing our economies to implode and making China the world's only superpower. And we don't want that. We need competent government, and that's what this is really about. When we have competent government, then the government will be working for the people instead of trying to figure out how to take money from the people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Trump keeps teeter-tottering back and forth on whether or not to fire Powell. Can you give some insight into the relationship and why he might be backpedaling?
Again, I know a lot of people have trouble understanding this, but there is one Trump out there who's been put in front of the media who takes orders from Jean-Michel de Rothschild. In other words, he works for the Federal Reserve Board and is never going to try to fire Powell. There's another Trump who's often at the air base in Greenland or in Colorado, and sometimes is in Washington, who wants to fire Powell and nationalize the Fed and return the right to create and distribute money to the people and away from the self-elected or self-selected satanic elite. So that's why you see flip-flops. And if you look, use your own eyes, you can see they look different, they talk different, they say contradictory things. Only one of them is the real Trump, and I fully support the real Trump. I'm only attacking the fake Trump. Please understand that. They're using a fake to denigrate the image of the real Trump. Get your heads around that. And again, relax, charge your batteries, and I think we'll see some serious changes in September. In the meantime, this soap opera will continue. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Over governments in the West is now desperately trying to start Armageddon. You actually have American commanders saying that we're trying to fight Iran in order to bring on Jesus. And that's not anywhere in the Bible. It's completely wrong. And this whole attempt to create a false Armageddon is satanic. It's not Jewish. And right now, Jews around the world, as you can see from these two following clips, are burning what is wrongly called the Star of David. That's not the Star of David. There's no such thing as a Star of David in the Bible. This is the Star of Ramphan, or it's satanic, and the Jews are rebelling against it. These are videos from Israel and the United States. It's not just the Jews who are abandoning this fake Trump regime. The American people are also abandoning them. And 80% of American people think the war on Iran was meant to distract from the Epstein files. And now we can show you the Iranians have released the Trump and Elon Musk Epstein files. Take a look at this video. This is what they're trying to start World War III to hide. That is definitely someone who looks like Donald Trump with little girls in that video. And this is what it's really hard, to wrap your head around, is that there are different factions, each using their own Donald Trump with opposite agendas. So to understand that there was a white hat Donald Trump who and who's been sidelined, take a look at these comments by Donald Trump completely denouncing the idea of a war with Iran or war in the Middle East. This is the anti-Zionist Trump used by the U.S. military white hats.
That, of course, Colonel McGregor, welcome here. And thank you for sitting through all of that. That, of course, was President Trump at various points in various campaigns contradicting what we've all been observing. Has the Trump administration, in your view, offered a morally cohesive, legally grounded, constitutionally compliant basis for this war?
Gosh, is that a trick question?
No.
Well, obviously not. There's no evidence for that. I don't see any strategy at work at all. We are basically trying to bomb a country that is the size of Western Europe with 93 million people into submission to Mr. Netanyahu's demands. There's no strategy. That's what we're trying to do. There is no end state other than the likely eventual disintegration or destruction of Iran, which is ultimately what we're trying to achieve at this point. Now, whether or not we achieve it, that's another matter, but I think that's the desired end state, barring